talking to a group of the
Dragon Army?
Camp, the Dragon Army, the camp that we were scouting, and avoided a conflict with them. I think they even invited us to join their cause.
That they did.
And so we just avoided that conflict and then ran back down to the village to warn the others of the imminent danger that is coming our way. And now we were trying to figure out a plan of action on how to handle our situation.
And Arno and some of the town's guard built a small ditch with a bunch of oil in it.
Yeah, he did that all night long.
Managed to shut the 30-year-old rusted gates shut. Let's see. Jacques went on a little spiritual journey to try and find a connection to the gods anywhere in the town, but couldn't find it. Brunhilde also set up a work crew of old men to dismantle the barber shop area. And yeah, we talked to Mayor Raven and Becklin about what to do. Alerted them. And they insisted everyone go to sleep, but Arno was like, yeah, nah. We also talked to the gnome flinger guy.
Yes.
Whatever his name is.
Yeah, Arno warned that flinger guy. He went and recruited guards, made allies with guards. They see him as a hero, probably as the greatest half-orc to ever grace their lands, because he's pushing himself past exhaustion to make sure that everyone escapes the town safely. You forgot all those key important parts.
Something like that.
I just figured I'd throw that in there. The gods took notice of him. Obviously, they love him. There could be one or two others in the world somewhere. Who knows?
What is wrong with the orcs here? Because it's got to be... I know it's not the humans. Humans will bang anything on any world in any universe. So it's got to be something up with the orcs, right?
Potentially.
There's always half everything. I don't know.
Also, too, as a side note, that's one of the things that the one D&D is coming up with, is they're with getting away from race versus species and those kind of semantic eggshells. They are making it's a setup as to where you'll have hybrid options essentially, and essentially, I guess, can pull from racial benefits of both. I haven't taken a deep dive into all the details, but it seems it'll be that instead of having half elves, half orcs, you would have a dual heritage and carry on accordingly.
Oh, okay. I thought you'd just call it a human elf hybrid. I was like, wow, that sounds a bit more racial, but okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they're gonna lay that out. They have lawyers who can figure out the wordplay. That's outside of my purview. But yeah, so
man, sometimes they mess up really big stuff. I guarantee there's going to be one thing that's just going to be really awful, and everyone missed it, and we're just going to be like,
They're kind of doing where instead of having very specific attribute bonuses, they're trying to make things just more generalized and have more, I guess, really more player agency in creation.
I have DM'd new players twice, and both times they asked. I got one person who asked if they could play a half elf, half orc, And I was like, no. I don't know why. I can't actually say, but
I'll tell you
I
why.
don't know what.
Elves don't get that drunk.
Elves don't get
It's
that.
true. That's I mean, it's really a commentary. I always assumed that was kind of humans' superpower, though, was that we could kind of just be like, oh, I'm on the plane of fire now. Well, here's these freaking half fire elemental people because, god damn it, it's gonna
Someone got
burn, but
freaky
only
with the
for a
fire
minute.
elemental.
Yeah.
Things got heated. Good. All right. Well, besides starting sparks with strange elemental beings, as far as the as far as branching from the one into how the exhaustion goes, I had some notes. It doesn't really, at least what I was reading, I didn't see it specify how you gain and gather those points of exhaustion, like by pushing yourself overnight. I didn't see it getting that specific. It did say it takes a long rest to remove just 1 point of exhaustion. And
Correct.
then each point gives you just -1 to your checks, which is a cool and easy way to remember that stuff.
Well,
Um,
our DM used like our real life DM. He would make the first exhaustion check just like a DC 5, the second one a DC 9, and then like the third one a DC 12, and then everything past that was just a +1.
Start escalating up.
Yeah,
just that kind of goes off of like the traditional.
So if you want me to make some more checks, I totally will. Like the next one would, if you wanted to do it like that, the next one would be DC 8 and then DC 12, and then
we wouldn't have a check necessarily yet, because the way that they have it just kind of going is that your checks later will be affected by it. What I do want to clarify for you is through the night, you did say at the end of the last session that you were going to have a short rest or two in between. Can you confirm or deny that?
No. I mean, like, yeah, I guess I would do like probably 2 short rests, I guess, for us. Man, no, just one short rest, just for us to eat and. Yep, like the guards and stuff could do 2 or 3, but Arno's only gonna do 1. I don't care how exhausted I get. I don't give a fuck.
I'll give you a free insight here. If you do 2 short rests, I'll let you take one of your exhaustion points away, and you will only have 3 instead of 4. I'm awarding a point for every 2 hours that you're pushing yourself past being like tired and already having had a rough day of the battle on the hill, then scouting in the woods, then coming back and digging ditches and hauling oil barrels, and you're being very active. So that said,
all right.
Until I find
even as I rest, odds as I get the -4.
I would say you'd essentially be starting the morning when we get started at.
All right, dude. I rested. I rolled an even number, dude. I rested.
All right, so 3 points is good.
I'll take it, bro.
Be very tired Arno throughout the day.
People got to realize the type of savage they're hanging out with.
So it will be the late morning when everyone starts to wake and gather and everything. Mayor Raven will be already at the inn, as will be Becklin. And at this point, Cudgel will have just arrived. If you guys woke up earlier, you would have gotten up before Cudgel's arrival. But by this point, since you guys were up so late and doing extra stuff, that is where the waking hours happen. Where is Arno going to be at that point? Late morning, as you've been pushing through with your preparations and help. Where would you have landed yourself when the rest of the party's starting to rise? With the intentions, again, to meet up with the village leaders, as previously discussed.
I think Arno would be more towards the gate, hanging out with the guards and, discussing battle plans and tactics, the safest way to get people out of the city, what to do, setting up bows and arrows and things. If we're gonna put even if there's only a half a dozen to a dozen people on the wall shooting bows and arrows and so on and so forth, and trying to get maybe filling barrels with rocks on the tower wall. If people try to get to the tower or the gates, and they'd throw ladders up to throw rocks down on them to get them off the ladders, push the ladders off, off the wall and whatnot, so they got to reset. Just doing shit like that. I don't think Arno would really stop moving or stop going.
Okay.
He wants people to notice that he's here to he's here to save you.
Oh yeah, you're definitely putting that light on for sure. Can I get an insight check from Arno?
Oh, let's go.
Word. So I don't know how good you are at maybe trying to accomplish the task, but you do notice and are concerned about the one hinge on that second half of the gate. When Brunhilde had gotten that shut, it was noticed that bottom hinge was broken, and you are clued into that now as well, and are welcome to attempt to fix it if you have the knowledge, the means, and approach to do so. But it is a lingering and nagging concern of yours.
Okay.
Because I
would
You can
I would
move
definitely
the gate,
fix
but
it.
it won't latch in a comfortable way that makes you feel confident.
Well, ain't that fucking nice?
So you'll definitely be able to acquire the tools. It's just a matter of how you want to go about doing that. I don't know if there's a generic skill really to go with that. If you have a tool set on your character sheet, you can kind of use that in place of. For the sake of flavor, any of the guards can be directed to bring you anything you need. Almost every house in this village is going to have their own little kind of toolbox. While it's focused toward mostly repairing and creating fishing utensils and boats, there's still farming, there's still general maintenance. Easy to acquire. Looking at your character sheet, you do have your thieves' tools and painter's supplies. You can just click on one of those to make a roll with that.
I'm
See
doing
how well,
thieves' tools. Would it be a Dex, Wisdom, Intelligence, or what? If I'm trying to fix it.
So that really comes to you telling me what your approach to that is. You haven't alluded to any kind of handyman activity in your past, so I don't know if you would have any. I know that you would have the wherewithal to not try to do it with your sword. That much is apparent. But how would you be coming about that? Would you want to muscle it? Would you want to really look at the other hinges and see how they function and try to mimic their construction, for example?
Yeah. I would just try and repair it the way I don't know. I feel like you said it's broken, right?
Yes.
It's fucking. It's okay. So
can still
maybe
close
try
and maneuver the gate, but it doesn't close comfortably. Kind of hangs at that weird.
Or could I just
sort of angle.
Could I just damage it so it's permanently locked, or break off something in it so it can't be unlocked? It'd have to be bashed off.
So you want to brace it up and actually make it a permanent thing instead of a functional hinge. Absolutely.
If we're gonna lose,
you may try to.
If we're gonna, yeah, if the city's gonna get sacked and we're a possible chance of losing it, then fuck it.
I'm not objecting. I'm just clarifying. So yeah, go for it. Go ahead.
No, I know.
Roll on that, and essentially that's going to be really a strength check because you're doing wedging and bracing and such. Although I like the inherent wisdom you have in making it a more sturdy defensive posture.
So a strength check?
With your tools, please, yes.
I'm so good at that. Oh my god, let's go.
So you aren't concerned about who has to deal with this later. This is now a gate door that does not move, and it would take an insane amount, like all day, really, to undo what you've done to it. And also, too, that gate, sturdy, defensible. You've even made stronger the structure itself after the years of it just simply hanging out in the rain and weathering and such. Amazing. Nice
Oh, I'm
crit
so
on that.
pumped right now. I'm
So,
so
hey.
pumped, bro.
So with that, is there because you were kind of doing some defensive stuff, real quick, just to kind of wrap up that thing, because of your critical there, is there a cool feature? I know it's hard to add a cool feature to a door, but is there something you want to do with that? Just like a neat little
Could I
addition
make it so
somehow?
that, like, if they do break open the doors or whatever, maybe the doors fall forward?
You want them to kind of be set up to be collapsible if the structure.
Yeah, like possibly fall on someone or crush someone. That'd be cool.
Yeah. Do you want to set up a rope pulley for that mechanism to be like a trap, or do you want it to just kind of on its own, if it's compromised, just kind of collapse as such?
Yeah, I think on like as soon as they like break it open or go to, you know what I'm saying? Like as finally as they muster the strength to pull the door open or, you know, to muscle it open or whatever, it would fucking collapse on them.
All right, awesome. That is.
Man, I can't believe I got a nat 20. That is amazing.
It is amazing.
Oh, I wish I had shit to make fucking traps or magic to fucking ward this shit up with like a fireball. They're so lucky.
It's a pretty sweet setup there, yeah. All right, so if I can please have everyone who's not named Arno roll essentially roll an initiative, and this is just going to be, it's not a formal combat initiative. This is just to see who wakes up first and starts coming downstairs in what order. As the sun is very well crested, the hill is actually getting closer to noon than morning at this point. And we're going to switch over to our follower map. And is that on? That is on the chilling music. I want that on the action music instead. Because you guys are in a bustle. Town is busy. Things and stuff are happening. And I will, for the sake of reference, always refer to Petunia's second rolls as being for Brunhilde.
Yeah.
All right, and looks like we are just needing Abbott's roll there. Looks like Brunhilde might be waking up first. She might be eager to earn some coin and get breakfast going for the gathering and stuff. If that's something you might want to consider and can confirm. It looks like Jacques and Abbott will be the last to rise. Kelp and Kane, roughly the same time there, but first downstairs will be Brunhilde, then Petunia. So, 2 talking sticks handed over to Dooney. How are the ladies feeling this morning? As we get closer to noonish, late morning.
So we're in the inn?
Yes, indeed.
So Brunhilde would definitely cook some more. Something hearty to fuel people in case there's a battle.
Certainly. Would you like to please make a survival check for Brunhilde? And let's see how good this breakfast is for everybody else that comes downstairs.
If I remember, I'm actually coming from the docks. I slept outside like a hobo.
You did, as did Petunia.
Yeah.
So Petunia will be coming in from the gate side, where she'll probably be like, "Oh God, what is that?"
I don't know.
That's me.
Sounds like a garage door.
So Petunia last night was woken up by Brunhilde slamming the gate door. This morning she's woken up by Arno pounding on it and smashing it and turning it into a weapon, sort of.
That's what that sound was. Okay.
Oh, maybe she'll be
Really put
happy
some
with me.
sleeping
Maybe I
spell.
might have redeemed myself.
For Brunhilde?
Mm-hmm. I upset her last time. I didn't do. Someone didn't do the task I set them to do properly that she asked Arno to do, because I'm trying to do a whole bunch of things.
Oh yeah. And in your defense too, like Brunhilde is incredibly strict. Like she smacked Abbott for not killing a guy the way that she liked it. So, you know.
Yep. So,
She's
on
probably
me.
still a bit mad at you.
Yeah,
Or
right? She'll find a
upset.
way.
Yeah.
All right.
really? Is that what you think, Junior?
That's what I think.
Well, let me tell you what. You're wrong. Brunhilde and Arno are best friends. I'm not sure if you know this. Arno knows Brunhilde, loves him, and that he's the savior of Ansalon.
That just means
That's why
that
Brunhilde wants to travel with this group, to be among greatness. I get it. I get it, Understandable.
that just means she's more strict on you.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
How am
what
I
will bring
supposed
the
to become
fate to
great?
ends.
Yeah, how am I supposed to become great if I don't have someone to guide me? You know what I mean?
So the bartender also gives a small sack of coin. They had agreed on a much smaller amount, but the sack is gonna have 10 silver, and they say with a heavy sigh, like it sounds like from the discussions, this could be the last meal served here for quite a while. So let's make it good. And sorry that we won't be able to employ you further. So Brunhilde will have a extra coinage and is motivated and pulls off a dirty 20 on the roll for a very, very good meal. Very enjoyable, very inspirational. It's a pity that Arno wasn't there. He might be able to save some exhaustion by eating such a hearty meal that is prepared. But maybe he'll get there, hopefully.
Well, Petunia would probably come down and have some food, and she could also bring some to Arno
She certainly
at the
can.
gate.
Yeah. Be taking her way there. So, yeah, essentially you would get to the brass crab. No one else has been awakened out of your friends besides the leadership of Vogler and, of course, Brunhilde hustling away in the kitchen. And finally coming to grips with it, too. Maybe it's lucky that you were rolling for her, because that's the first, like, super awesome roll for cooking out of that kitchen, I believe. I mean, the broth turned out well, but, I mean, it was just a broth, so... So Arna is greeted by Petunia, not with anger for waking her up, but instead a nice hearty breakfast selection prepared by his perceived new best friend here in Salon.
Duh.
Petunia admires Arno for doing so much for strangers.
Oh yeah, he is fully engrossed himself in it, and you can tell he is pretty worn out. And depending on how much or how little he verbally shows appreciation, you can tell he just ravenously dives into that food, and tell he needed it. It's definitely good timing.
I'd probably bring him a glass of water also. Some water to
Oh, let's
hydrate.
go. Thank you so much.
nice little spot in the shade. You guys have on any other day, it would be a really nice little picnic because the sun is shining nicely. You know, those decorations are still up from the Kingfisher Festival, so it wasn't such like a reminder of the tragedy in contrast. Like, it'd actually be a pretty nice day, just like the beautiful sunset you guys saw on the way back from the hill after tons of people got slaughtered. A very bittersweet kind of display.
There's always balance.
This might be one of my favorite bardcore songs on the list. For anybody who can hear and is into that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
No spoilers, I haven't seen all the way to the last episode.
Neither have I.
So, while Petunia was very focused on getting some food and bringing it back to Arno, of course, there's interlopers in the inn. She was less focused on that. And Brunhilde definitely focused on getting into the kitchen. For all that she could have seen, she would have realized a couple people sitting in the inn from her book. Everybody scrolls down a little bit on the map. I replaced a couple of the pictures at the very bottom.
Oh shit! Hi, who's that? That fucking gangster? Those two gangsters.
So
Old people.
Kane and Kelp are coming downstairs roughly the same time. You'd actually be able to greet each other in the hallway, kind of waking up, coming to. And Kelp feels a little bit of tingle of something familiar, but can't quite place it until coming down the stairs. His eyes are immediately drawn to a table where his awaited parents have finally arrived in the village of Ogler. He anticipated them the day before, and there's been a lot of chaos going on, but he's been pretty consistently having them in the back of his mind, hoping they're okay. See both of them light up when you hit the stairs immediately. Glad to see that you're okay in all the shenanigans. You presume they've had time to catch up with what's been going on. And of course, your mother is a psychic, so there's really no secrets from her anyway. She seems to just have a sense of knowing things.
Psychic is a loose term, so yeah, absolutely, definitely a psychic.
Certainly.
Yep.
You can air quote
Absolutely.
that as much as you like.
Yep. Absolutely. It's all a trick of the trade. But I am very excited and relieved that my parents are there. So that's been a big concern of mine. So feel a lot of relief that they're there.
Absolutely. Now, I don't know if Kelp is a hugger. Your mom would know if you're a hugger or not, but she is going to stand up and briskly walk over and try to hug you anyway. That's up to you to embrace that gesture.
You hug your mom. Whether you want to or not, you hug your mom. So.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro.
Yeah, no.
Kelp has received one inspiration. Mark that into your pool.
Mama.
That is in game.
Right.
That is very serious. Hugs for mom give inspiration as well.
You know, I can help your father onto the boats to like cross the bridge.
To get your goal.
One of my goals.
He looks old enough.
No, I just put it out there.
But I am instantly, after the relief of seeing them, turns to fear because I know what's coming and my parents are in this town. So it's quickly turned to panic. And so I start telling them what the hell is going on in the situation we are in.
All right. So they're getting a first-hand account there, kind of catching up. And you do, by the way, immediately upon coming downstairs, you smell amazing aroma. You know, it's not really the mood for celebratory feasts, but this is the best aroma you've smelled in this village since you've been here. Except for maybe Abbott, who has a nice lilac smell. But that aside.
So what are we smelling exactly? Just different types of food or a certain smell?
It would be a very specific meal that was intended to be made in bulk. Petunia, would you like to elaborate for Brunhilde the contents of that meal?
She would have used potatoes and meats and vegetables like a stew, but like a morning stew, I guess.
Okay. There were definitely Brunhilde's original role on the supplies for this kitchen was really good because the previous cook wasn't using them, was just not good at life. So just about everything you can want for is there. And of course, with the general sentiment, at least as far as Brunhilde would perceive, leaning toward evacuation versus defense, it's like, hey, we should use these supplies while we're here, make sure people have the strength and energy for today.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice and thick, protein heavy. And probably, none of the special spices. Go ahead, sorry.
Do my parents see Brunhilde?
They
Is
don't
she
make
visible?
any. She's kind of running around in the kitchen, so you'll catch glimpses of her through the door going back and forth, being busy and enveloped in there. As far as you know, they have not acknowledged or encountered each other. But you haven't
And
asked
Brun-
them yet specifically about that relationship or anything. So, as far as you've observed, no,
can Brunhilde see them from the kitchen?
she hasn't tried. She has been just totally engrossed. She barely nodded when Petunia came in to get the food for herself and Arno. Barely got an acknowledgement, a huff and a nod, and she's just doing what she do.
Okay.
Very involved. Now, that being said, you have control of Brunhilde, so you can kind of take over, respond as you like in that fashion. But just for the sake of the dedication to that 20 roll, she's definitely focused.
Yeah, I think she would stay on her food. She would try not to get distracted.
Yeah. And she's not actively looking for anybody, so passive wise, it just hasn't caught on to her purview as of yet.
And my
Yeah.
parents don't know she's there.
Not to your knowledge.
Right.
They haven't made that
Okay.
acknowledgement or mention.
Okay.
So in catching up with his parents, Kelp learns that they were delayed because there are a couple of ships on the Vingard River that are full of people wearing, as you described to them, that same similar dragon army armor bearing that symbol of Takesis, and those patrols look very unsavory. So the few people that were traveling with them had to delay and wait for those boats to be going downriver. They had been observing them from Calaman just the last few days, and the ship itself appears to be heading downriver. So there's a little bit of a break here. They know that it will come back up on patrol as it does, but you guys have pretty well until super early morning or afternoon the following day until those ships would meander back if they're to keep the pattern they have. So you're aware of two things: one, their delay; two, the presence of Dragon Army ships in the river, because Arno wants to have a battle, which will happen later. But there you go, sir. So besides
So
Merry Christmas,
not
you do
only
learn. Sorry, go ahead.
we have armies outside, and then we have dragon armies on boats.
We're all
so
gonna
they
die.
wouldn't be they wouldn't be full armies. It's just a couple of not even like warships really. So they're not hugely manned. But the party that was going to be coming from Calaman to Vogler for the Kingfisher Festival, it was just one boat's worth. Your parents and a couple other passengers. But they had to hang back, wait until dark, wait for the boats to kind of be passing, and then make their way over. So hence the reason for the delay, but also too their concern for Kelp's well-being, because they knew in advance, like, oh gosh, there's this new army that has shown up. They don't know much about them, but rumors are that they're not friendly. And now you've confirmed for them that it's almost worse than what they thought because they didn't see any reptilians. Not that they were looking for them, but that wasn't part of what they were aware of.
So I'll ask my parents about Calaman and the type of protection that is available there, or army, or boats to how we can possibly get these people out of here, and if Calaman is an option.
So you know that, of course, it would be an option to travel to for the party. They do let you know that because of that activity, they've been closed up. There was a suggestion, of course, when you guys were speaking with Becklin about seeking Calaman's aid, and it sounds like that proposition, unfortunately, likely wouldn't be fulfilled just from the impression that they've started to kind of wall up and are pulling in peasants at night instead of having them sleep outside and that sort of thing. Because the rumors of war have stirred there, and seeing those boats has made everybody very paranoid. So it should be open to arrive to, but you shouldn't expect any kind of aid coming from that direction.
Okay, well, all right. I will tell that to the rest of the party of what my parents know.
All right. Currently, you are still awaiting the arrival of Abbott and Jacques. Petunia and Arno are at the gate, and Kane is awake now. Of course, you see Kelp immediately being embraced and distracted by his parents and catching up there. So you're welcome to join their conversation or investigate the pleasant smells. Cudgel, Becklin, and Raven are kind of having small chat at a table in the far corner of the room. It looks like they don't want to be bothered by the regular masses, but they do acknowledge you when you come downstairs.
Oh, I would introduce myself after I get done eating.
Oh, this is Kane, who is
Okay, my bad. Sorry about that.
Abbott is way over at the gate.
Kane would just kind of grab a plate of food and tend to sit there and have a moment's peace before all this gets crazy.
Okay, a little self-reflection there.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Would he be doing that away from any other people in the establishment? It's not particularly busy.
Not necessarily like away, but I'm not going to sit with anyone like purposefully.
Okay, just wondering to the extent that he would be eavesdropping, whether on purpose or not, to the conversation between Kelp and his parents catching up there.
Not eavesdropping on purpose.
All right. For the sake of casual, just for the ringing, go ahead and roll a perception roll just to see if you do pick up. And this again isn't intentional or sought out, just from the voices echoing about, and they have a measure of excitement in their reunion. So you are really enjoying that food. You are oblivious to everything around you. Completely. Is this the best meal that you've ever had, or what's behind that?
I'm just thinking about all the people that are going to get injured today, so I'm kind of just solemnly eating.
Yeah, that is a dark and unfortunate reality of the situation here. For all the happiness of the reunion happening very near to you, there are people who just, in multitudes, exponentially more, lost the opportunity to ever have that reunion again. So, keen observation, somber morning. with that, Abbott down by the docks will have been waking up in the afternoon. Will he be heading directly to the Brass Crab, or is there anything you'd like to accomplish at the docks or elsewhere in town before meeting up with everyone else?
No, this town isn't seedy enough. I feel like it's too nice here.
It really is.
Which is nice, but it's off-putting for him because he's like, I kind of don't belong here. Probably gonna try and keep interacting to a minimum. What is up here?
I am not seeing your ding. What is the up here that you refer to?
That's the fort.
That's the fort. Yep.
Yeah, Thornwall Keep.
Okay.
That is where Becklin and Darrett live, and outside there are some ruins.
Oh, I would totally go get Darrett, by the way. Arnold would totally go get Darrett in the morning. By like 100%.
Do you think he would be eating with you at this point, or would you have?
Oh
would you
yeah.
be getting him
Oh yeah.
back?
I'd be eating with him. And once I felt like he was awake, I would have went and got him, talked to him about everything that I've talked to the guards about all night. Eating with him, still probably going over my plan and everything, yada yada yada. And best ways to probably escort people out of the village, and to try and keep yourself where you're always within eyesight of each other.
Yeah. Definitely good advice, especially for the very few militia people that are even left here. So with that, is Abbott heading to the gate? I do see. That's right. We want to reset your token, by the way.
Yeah, that's the only reason I didn't put it up sooner was because I didn't want to be taken up on.
Oh no, totally good there. Do. And make sure I tag your HP. And on class. And then for the sake of future use, I want to make sure that you have vision. He's a half elf, and so he has night vision, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Correct.
I'm just going to add that to your token so that it's there moving forward. And I'll get it reset on the character sheet. Probably actually want to do that with everybody's in between sessions. Since yours is here now. Alright, all fresh and updated. Mr. Abbott Greencush token is ready to go. Shrink that down so that you're not a giant looming over everyone. And so, back to that. And sorry to ask again. Can you confirm for me what Abbott's destination is after waking?
It'll be the I'll meet everyone at the inn.
Okay. So when you arrive, you will see one, Mr. Kane, sitting and very, very much dedicated to his meal, and one set of elvish parents to one kelp. Pardon, I had a moment of deja vu that threw me off there. And are immediately greeted by a fantastic aroma. Smells like the finest chefs of Waterdeep that you're familiar with are cooking here, not the stuff that has come out with it. Because the one meal you didn't even want to touch, I remember from Brunhilde's first attempt in the kitchen. So an incredibly different vibe. You definitely recognize your hunger now that you're awake and had a rough day / night previously.
I'm gonna have enough to appreciate the effort that went into the food, but kind of anticipating a large day. Abbott has a little to no appetite, so the thought of food in him revolts him.
Oh, okay. Well, it is incredible. You are able to have a go at it, and it will wash away any concerns previously had about eating. It's good enough food to improve your disposition, however dismal and things might be. And also for Kane, deep in their reflection, unaware that Abbott has arrived. Still not focused on surroundings there. And
I'm
so,
back at the inn also.
okay. Will Arno and Derek be accompanying Petunia for your scheduled meeting at the inn with everybody this late morning?
Yeah.
Okay. So Jacques will be arriving downstairs just before the arrival of Petunia and Arno and Derek. How is Jacques feeling this morning? And what are his priorities as he comes downstairs and is greeted by the wonderful aroma of a morning stew?
I'm picturing like Jacques been up for a while, putting on his armor and everything, and smelling the stew, waft up the staircase has been enticing.
Quite so.
So probably pretty hungry because I don't know if if we got to eat dinner or not the night before. So
Did not.
probably pretty hungry, and maybe maybe he didn't put his armor away quite properly last time, so I don't know, maybe it was a little more difficult to put on. So that's why he's a little late, but yeah, he'll go downstairs and grab some stew and just walk over to the I guess nod at everyone who's down there, but walk over and sit at the table with the town leaders, and he's eating breakfast, but he's ready to listen in on a conversation.
All right.
I guess he'll thank Brunhilde for making some excellent food.
You're welcome.
Hopefully it doesn't make him sick this time. But yeah, Jock's just gonna sit with Becklin and Mayor Raven and Cudgel.
All right. As you are taking your seat with your dish is when Petunia and Arno and Derek come in through the door. And of course, everybody being present will be able to observe that Kelp is having a close conversation with people who look like an older Kelp. You can only guess that those are the parents he's been waiting to arrive, although I don't know how vocal Kelp has been for the other party members to know that they were arriving. So that may or may not be a surprise for you to have family
Yeah,
up here.
I'm dying to hear what his parents say about me when they see me.
Oh, Lord.
Don't worry, Calp. I'll introduce myself as your new best friend. It's cool. I got you.
Sweet.
I'm sure your parents are going to love me.
They will
Oh.
love you.
So
They would.
these are the types you're spending your time with. It's a very eclectic mix.
So I will definitely start introducing everybody to my parents and letting them know if they made it here safe. I'm sure I've been talking about it and worried about it, so I'm sure I've definitely mentioned it over and over and over. So but I will introduce him to everybody. Now, is everybody here?
Yes, although I will need a perception check from Kane to see if he comes out of his reverie because of the critical roll before. Ha, no pun intended. Do we have Kane? Oh, there we go. Cool. Oh,
Oh
no.
wow!
Nope.
Very sad morning.
It is
Seems
a
like.
Yeah.
little foggy.
We're all gonna die.
I came straight from a church, and now there's a fucking like war happening, and it was all very new to me.
All right. Well, everyone is welcome to meet Kelp's parents, as little or as much as they would like to. But introductions are being made.
Yeah, Abbott waits. Like, he takes note of them and greets them like any person that kind of notices him at the inn, but he's not going to really intrude until he's introduced. Things are happening. You don't generally, as an adventurer, get much time with parents, all that sort of thing. He doesn't want to like get in on that, but Abbott will use his well-groomed manners to try and make Kelp's friends look a little well-to-do, at least somewhat.
I chose well.
Certainly. And what is Petunia perceiving or not perceiving, as it were?
It was for Brunhilde to see if she would notice like the commotion of Kelp and his parents.
Yeah, the introduction. That is absolutely a good call there. And Brunhilde is, again, still entranced by her work. Although she is finishing up. So it's at the point she's kind of doing cleanup. People have been fed. There's enough leftovers ready and available for people to grab or even put in some kind of medieval fantasy magic Tupperware of holding dish, if anyone has one.
Yeah, she would probably be making like little servings, like portable servings for people in case they had to evacuate or something.
All right, perfect. And that'll kind of be her final task there in the kitchen. So when she wraps up, she will be able to join the party. But as it stands now, she's wrapped up in that and will miss out on the public introduction of people who are on her list and that she would love to see, but hasn't yet. Alas. I don't know how much is being shared, but Kelp's father's name is Gil, and he sells clams and oysters. His mother is Coral, and
Right.
he may or may not reveal her profession to the group.
Yeah, no. It's not a secret. She's definitely well known and as a psychic in the town. So that is definitely not a secret.
Would she
That this
identify as like a fortune teller or a seer, or how exactly would she define that?
more of a seer, just kind of being able to see the future is more her game that she plays with people.
Okay.
So but she's very proud of it. She doesn't think she's doing anything wrong, as long as she's kind with her answers. So this is how she's made a living. So she's justified it quite nicely in her head.
Certainly. And does she?
And don't tell her any different either.
Well, luckily Brunhilde's in the kitchen. So does she have the ability to send thoughts? Is she of any kind of that level of, as far as again the influence of that aboleth and her own journey with that? Your parents have
Yes.
shown, by the way, to this point, no sign of a mental break, regardless of their, like, they seem to be pretty stout. So that can give you hope
Yep.
if you like.
Correct. Yes, she can, and her main deal is that and detect thoughts. So, especially detect thoughts is probably more her gift than anything else. She's extremely good at it. My dad does not have that gift.
All right, fair. So you get an
He's not
inkling
showing
from-
any signs. It's just me and my mom. But he has a
Okay.
recessive trait, and that's why they didn't think anything of it.
Yeah. Well, and you got it. Yeah, certainly.
No, I definitely have it.
So you get an inkling of a message from your mother, just very brief. She likes the sincerity of the people that you've come in contact with. Everybody that she's being introduced to. Um, there's a general sense of care, concern for the village, and it doesn't seem like anybody has their own agenda. That includes from the leadership. Like, she's just kind of getting these surface things. Everybody is very clear and focused on the well-being of villagers, and that's nice. She does say, "Hey, there's a little bit of concern for the one over at the table. She doesn't know if he's a friend of yours or not, but he's dressed better than the other villagers here, and it looks like he's just having a dark moment. It seems ish, reflecting on everything going on." Again, just some surface impressions that she gets in meeting people.
As a negative way or a concerned way, as in
just concerned. She gets a good impression from everybody, and his concern too is sincere. But he's just a little just reflecting on the magnitude of the situation here. I don't want to take over describing that too much for Kane, but as much as he's alluded to there, she gets a hint of that.
yeah, I will take mental note of that and let her know that I'll see what I can do. Maybe I can ask him later in private. He's okay. I don't want to do that in public in front of everybody.
Oh, certainly, yeah. And that too is, it's her way not to call people out in public either, but
Yeah.
definitely sending you that little tinkle in the mind real quick for you. So are Arno and Petunia engaging, meeting Calp's parents? Are they going back for seconds?
Oh yeah,
What are they up to there?
Arno would do some stuff, out of breath, sweating, Name's Arno Stone, nice to meet you. Or I go by, the traveler among plains, the hero of Ansalon, god of battle, hero to the people, savior among men, bringer of smiles and joy. Really, whatever you want to call me, I'm down with. I'm here to save you guys.
I get a little voice in my head. Does he ever shut up? And she's very polite and just kind of acknowledges your statement and just kind of smiles at you.
I'm gonna give you a high five.
High five. No. Just kidding. Yeah, she'll high five you.
Dad's like, don't leave me
She's
hanging.
very impressed.
Oh, I would high five Dad too.
Now, she's extremely curious because she's never seen anybody like you. So
even Arno's intimidating appearance, he comes off as kind of like a playful child almost.
Right, and so she's kind of has conflicting emotions about what she's seeing because it's an orc-ish type of look, and then you come across as this jolly giant in a way. So she thinks it's adorable. In the end, she was quite nervous at first, and she's still confused at who you are and what you are. But she's very accepting.
And then I look down at Petunia.
She would probably just stay near the door. She wouldn't approach Kelp's parents. Like she just started getting used to these people, and now there's new people.
What is happening?
Kelp's
So she's-
dad will lean in and say, "She the one that caught Banabog?"
Oh, yeah. And I pull out the fishing rod, and I said she won this, but she gave it to me, so it's pretty cool. And so he's taking a look at it and very impressed with the rod itself. So he thinks it's really cool that she gave it to us. So very impressed with the fishing, because how in the hell did that thing pull in that big of a fish? That's his question.
Would you be like saying all this to me, or just amongst yourselves?
That is just a kind of it's just kind of a out loud conversation we're having. So we're not, you're over there, so it's not necessarily directed at you, but yeah, we're having this conversation out loud. Absolutely.
Okay.
So you could hear it if you want to.
And he'd be looking
Okay.
at you with admiration, if nothing else.
Correct.
I would probably make eye contact for like half a second and smile, and then look away again. To avoid being noticed any more than I have.
So that probably kind of sets off a small red flag to Mama. She would definitely would want to detect thoughts on you if she can, just to kind of get a sense of where you're at, as in if you're just shy or if you're planning or scheming in a way.
Do I roll or something, or I just say what I'm thinking?
You know,
was,
she would have a high DC. Let's see here. I don't know what her DC would be. A wisdom save. Since she's done it all of her life. What about 18?
Yeah, it is
'Cause I'm
kind of her
I'm sitting
forte
there.
that she practices on the regular. It'd be
Yeah.
like somebody casting fireball every single day. I was looking for it on.
So she would definitely be able to kind of read your thoughts, your surface thoughts.
I'd probably just be thinking like, I'm so exhausted from interacting with everyone. I want to help out, but I also like want to keep my distance just so I don't get so drained quickly. But I think that your parents are nice, just like you.
So she would turn to Gil and just kind of give him a kind of a general nod of she's okay. It's all right. They've been doing this long enough that they've kind of have their own little own little language.
Spoken language.
Yeah. So it's like she's okay, because she loves to read a room. That's kind of her gift and what she loves to do. So
I'd also be really happy that you and your parents like the fishing rod.
yeah.
Yeah, 'cause
Especially
you've seen
Gil,
him
he's
take it out and
fascinated with
show
it.
it off. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think he's even given it back yet. So I might not get it back. Who knows?
He's doing them like fake air casts with it, feeling it out.
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
Sweet
Yeah.
new rod, man.
Oh,
Feel the weight of this. This weight is just amazing on this rod. Yeah, I haven't felt like this in a long time. This is amazing.
Perfectly balanced.
Yeah.
And then he launches off into his old stories of all of his old fishing rods, and it's just now we're down a rabbit hole with fishing rods.
There
So
we go. An eye roll from mom. Here he goes.
every old man has a story. Yep, pretty much. Old man stories.
So meanwhile, Jacques, you're about halfway through your meal, mouthful of really, really good food, the best food that you've probably had since you set up camp and got to the outskirts of this village. That being said, introductions are being made with Kelp's parents. Everybody's kind of gathering in, and that is happening as you're chewing away. Meanwhile, the leaders of the table at the table there, Cudgel, Becklin, and Mare River. Cudgel's kind of giving River some grief. What you catch as you're kind of coming to sit down in the middle of the conversation is Cudgel kind of berating her. Uh, and again, you come into the middle of it, which is like, are you kidding? A letter? Only an asshole would send a letter in these circumstances.
I'll just sit there and eat until I figure out what they're talking about.
Okay.
For all I know, it could be that like scumbag of a noble sending a letter. Maybe he heard about this really good food and he wants someone to bring some to him or something.
He would. But yeah. So do you avoid engaging in the introduction of Kelp's parents happening nearby there?
I feel like what would have happened is like Jacques would have came down and he would have like, you know, asked the barkeep for some food, and then he would have like, you know, politely turned around to Kelp and his family and introduced himself. Um and you know, done the nice pleasantries of nice to meet you and la di da, and then once his food showed up, he would have, you know, said, "Well, it was great talking to you. I'm gonna eat some chow," and then walk off.
Yeah.
How would Kelp's parents feel about the Solamnic Knights in general?
So they've been around for a while. I know there is some bad history with the Knights. Is that correct?
They are blamed by the populace for either not doing enough to stop the cataclysm or perhaps conspiratorially having something to do with it. The Knights are trying to rebuild their reputation. Your personal interactions so far, at the least, if there hasn't been more in your childhood, etc., would be Jacques and Becklin, who proudly represent with honor the Solamnic Knights.
Um,
But your parents are
th-
a little more well traveled and a little older, so I mean, they of course will have their own opinions too. They don't know Jacques or Becklin. And they might know Becklin if they've been to a couple festivals here. They might actually be familiar with her and would have gotten a good impression always because she's a good guy. She's good people.
they would definitely not be against the Slumming Knights. They wouldn't be against the Knights. They've been around long enough to know that history is written by the victors, and it's always distorted in a certain way, and there's always somebody that needs to be blamed. And they've seen, you know, they're what, 500, 400 probably. That's why elves live a long time. So
They do.
they probably, so yeah, so depending on how old they really are, they've kind of seen history through a different set of eyes than humans would, who only live to 50, 60, 70, 80.
Certainly.
So they know that history can change, and they've seen it change. And so yeah, they definitely wouldn't hold any grudges or anything like that, by all means.
All right. Just want to make sure. Good vibes. At the very
Yes,
least,
yeah,
Jacques gets
yeah,
a sincere greeting rather than a scoff or an eye roll or a skeptical look, even.
right.
Open,
No, no,
yeah, nice greeting for Jacques there. Very good.
yeah.
All right. Well, everybody is pretty well finishing up meals. Leadership continues to engage in their conversation. For anybody who is near enough for listening, in particular Jacques, Raven is trying to defend the idea of maybe sending a letter defending Vogler's neutrality, offering a meeting or something like that. But Cudgel just isn't having it. She's really shocked that it would even be suggested at this point. And Becklin is kind of not engaging, but you get a sense of like, well, I thought we were past this already. But it seems Raven has had time overnight to really reconsider and looking out for the village, like trying to explore all options, wants peaceful resolution. But you guys haven't had like a formal, hey, we're gathered at the round table and making battle plans or anything like that. It's still very casual as food is wrapped up and everything.
Well, we
Yeah.
definitely need to start talking about what the hell's going on and what we're going to do.
Yeah. Well, there's a little bit of lull in conversation. Kelp's parents are kind of looking like a little bit out of place, like they kind of feel like, well, we've had our meeting, but looks like business might be afoot here. They don't say anything to that, but you can tell that they're kind of have that fidgety kind of wanting to wrap up and leave the potluck kind of look to them. And Becklin and Raven are kind of looking at the rest of the party, a little bit waiting for everybody to kind of finish up, while Cudgel has discovered the food and is now diving into that.
I brought over a bowl and she was like,
Very nice of you. Certainly won't be Brunhilde who brings her a bowl, but about this time, Brunhilde would be wrapped up in the kitchen and be able to enter into the scene here. So she would very clearly see and recognize Kelp's parents, who are in her book. She would also see Cudgel, who she's not a fan of, having returned from her trip. So there is an assumption that things went well at her camp. She at least wasn't murder-fied if she did find anybody. But you don't know yet.
I think Brunhilde would actually bring a bowl or two to the table just because she doesn't want any excuses from them of incompetence.
So would she see the bowl delivered to Cudgel and then make a point of bringing a bowl to Becklin and Raven and not Cudgel?
Yeah, probably not Cudgel.
Oh, yeah. But it looks like it could be a purposeful omission or, a jabby kind of gesture. Which
Yeah.
is a little, it's a little Karen-y. I mean, she isn't particularly fond of the other leadership here. She sees it kind of as a failure, whether that's humans in general or incompetence on their very specific parts.
Yeah,
She
she
isn't a fan,
sees
but yeah. So
Cudgel as
it wouldn't be as much for their benefit as it would be for the benefit of taking a jab at Cudgel. At least that's how I might see it, interpreting Brunhilde's past action.
yeah, she doesn't trust Cudgel at all. And she thinks Cudgel is the bad guy. But she thinks the leaders of the town are just like not good at what they do. So she doesn't want them to have any excuses, like they're hungry or tired, so that they can do as much as they can.
That's a
If
fair
possible.
point. She's making sure to give them the opportunity to make it or break it themselves.
Yeah. I'm not like fully knowledgeable about Brunhilde and Kelp's parents. Like in the notes that he gave me, like it doesn't really tell me everything. So I'm not.
Essentially, what had happened was is they had like some bad product. Like they had visited her inn and sold like some bad product or something. Like, I don't know if they'd gone bad from the travel, they maybe didn't realize it. I don't think it was intentional, but Brunhilde saw them as just being swindlers because she had gotten these clams and oysters from them based on their claim and reputation for them being the best. And unfortunately, it didn't work out. So she's quite bitter about that and feels it's a lot heavier because she's personally offended by it, with it having to do with food and food preparation and the reputation of her inn and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Plus, like, these elves kind of showed up. They're not locals. They disappeared after swindling her, so she's a little bit perturbed. She's not aware that it wasn't intentional, but that probably doesn't matter. It doesn't change. Like, deed and intent are not the same thing. Saying sorry doesn't heal wounds, unless you're a cleric and that's your magic word. Like,
Now, do my parents see her? Obviously, they do.
she would, yeah, very clearly now enter into the main lobby of the inn there, if you will. And she was
Okay.
delivering food to the table of Raven and Becklin, specifically giving them bowls.
You can kind of see their eyes kind of light up a little bit, and they lean over to me and whisper and something into my ear, and then they just start cackling and laughing.
Oh, wow. So, was that an intentional thing? Do they recognize her? And is there, what's
They
their...
recognize her, yeah.
Okay.
But
that-
they're not saying, they just said something to me. Now, this is all done in private,
Okay.
unless Brunhilde notices it.
I mean, perception roll, certainly.
She would be clued into them because they are significant people in her book. And if Kelp was
maybe
at all vocal about them arriving here, she would have been anticipating it. Had she not been distracted in the kitchen, she would have already, like, she's semi-actively looking for them. But
possibly an insight to see how their
Well-
manners are, or like how their hand gestures, or so on and so forth.
If we want to, we can pause this and wait for him to get back to continue the conversation, because I feel like he would want to play this a certain way.
Yeah.
I also feel like they're still going to be with us at the end of the campaign when we're fleeing Vogler.
there are, to be fair, heavier things afoot. And you are seeing that Becklin and Raven are now standing up. It looks like they are kind of taking like a center stage kind of stance, walking over to a centrally viewable location. But you still have time to kind of respond. That's happening as you go.
Like, if you don't mind me asking, are we most likely going to end up with them at like the end of this?
Hopefully
Escape
you're able to
of-
save as many villagers as you can, whether or not that comes through like defense or evasion, getting people out, the mass exodus. That remains yet to be seen, but you've already started preparations, which have gone well for you.
Okay.
So, fingers crossed. Hopefully you save villagers, absolutely.
And if we
But-
can't save his parents, then we can just come back to this little scene beforehand and see how it goes.
That's right,
Remember the
yeah.
time?
But yeah,
Remember the time?
Yeah. So yeah, but I definitely think he would handle it in a certain situation. I'm curious to see what would go through his little noggin.
Yeah, I don't really want to
Yeah.
take this from him.
Oh,
So there's,
man.
Because
for the sake of
I can-
argument, a mutual acknowledgement, but with everything going on,
Yeah.
with everything going on, it's going to delay like a more aggressive. And she might have time to think, wait for opportunity as far as actually fulfilling the book. She knows that they're there and likely going to be around, so she'll have opportunity and might even start thinking in that regard. Like, maybe she doesn't want to react yet and wants to have
You should
time to think.
You
about it.
should
But
write
is
down-
that how a Karen would go?
you should write down notes Like,
I am.
Okay, yeah.
I can promise you, my dad has never ever once delivered bad product in his mind. That just doesn't happen, and it never has happened, and it never will happen.
Yeah, Brunhilde's just a bad cook.
Exactly. And there's a reason why
better.
there was a cackle amongst the family.
So Brunhilde
That's
would
that little dwarf
probably,
that fancies herself a cook.
she would notice them and like give like the stink eye, and like a scoff or something, but then sort of like avoid them for now.
Good. We'll just leave it there.
'Tis fair.
So are we continuing?
We absolutely are.
Oh, yes.
So with that,
No, we're ending the D&D session right there.
That's what I thought, and I was
Party's
going to
over.
smash my head against the keyboard.
No.
You know,
What campaign do you want
do
to
you
do
guys
next?
want me to hurt myself?
You guys,
Jesus.
No,
Yes,
no.
I do.
what's your next character
Shut
you're gonna
up.
roll up? So
All right, so yeah,
Raven
what's
and
going
Becklin
on?
have taken center stage, while Cudgel remains seated, eating, and avoiding eye contact with Brunhilde, and really everyone, pretty focused on their food. As they're taking center stage there, can I please get a perception check from Kane to break his reverie after a couple of crits on the pay attention to things besides your food roll? All right, coming out of it, you see now there's been kind of a bustle. You realize that all of your companions here at the inn have gathered, and Becklin and Mayor Raven are kind of calling for attention with their presence. They're not clanking any glasses or anything, but they've stood and are taking center stage where everybody can see. So you're now more present and aware of surroundings, as it were.
Ooh.
But I imagine that the somber feelings you had will linger, nonetheless.
Yes.
All right. So Becklin waves her hand first and says, "As you guys may have noticed, Cudgel has made it back to us. She makes a wave with a piece of bread that she's acquired to go with her stew, but keeps chewing. Says she was able to meet up with her now second in command, Jayev, uh, who had, along with other loyal mercenaries, heard what was going on at High Hill, restrained soldiers that were more loyal to Dragonus than to Cudgel herself. And they haven't executed them, but those who they saw as being loyal threats that were left behind have been essentially tied up and are being detained back at the camp. Jayev also had some scouts that had gone out, and they've confirmed too the existence of the large army, and it all kind of comes together, makes it a little bit more real for Mayor Raven to have heard. Mayor Raven speaks up, says, "I'm looking for other answers besides having to risk the lives of the villagers. Cudgel doesn't like the idea of sending an offer of neutrality and peace to their leadership. It's not impossible they would listen." Becklin kind of shakes her head but doesn't respond to that proposal.
Is she looking for us to talk, or is she?
She's kind of making it an open forum here. She's looking between everybody, trying to kind of make eye contact with everything.
And what did she just say or ask?
She was essentially just saying that Cudgel was back. Her second in command had collected those who they thought would be betrayers, and those are detained at their camp.
So Cudgel's detained?
No, not
Oh,
Cudgel.
okay.
Those who would have joined Gregonis but weren't actually at the battle. The mercenaries who were essentially corrupt but left back at camp. They have been detained. And Jayev lives. Cudgel lives. Was not murdered to death when she went to check on the other mercenaries. They've actually moved their camp closer and are prepared to offer at least a visual defense to let anybody know that this village isn't to be easily taken. But numbers are very well diminished. It's essentially the advantage of that little, the way at the front gate, it kind of funnels into the cliff sides where smaller numbers, like 300, smaller numbers are less of a deal there. If they're resolute, they might be able to defend or at least hold off long enough for villagers to escape. And again, at mention of having to evacuate, Mayor Raven, you can tell, really isn't comfortable with the idea, but it's what Becklin is leaning toward, as you know from conversations last night. So, you guys are welcome to share your thoughts. Again, Raven wants peace, even diplomacy if it's possible. Cudgel is offered to try to help defend the gates, and Becklin really, as you know, leaning toward evacuation with the appreciation of Cudgel's offer.
I mean, can Arno's going to be watching. Cudgel's the dude that is like the bad guy, right? Like he's a fucking traitor. Like we saw that, right? Just making sure.
Cudgel is the lady dwarf who leads the Ironclad Regiment and those other mercenaries. So she was betrayed by her second in command. That was the half ogre who you slew on the battlefield. Well, actually, no, Petunia slew with a dart through the ear. But you did a lot of damage first. To be fair, you loosened the jar for her.
Most of the work.
But she did get the epic kill shot.
No problem. You're welcome.
Essentially, when it comes to the mercenaries, they essentially have said, like, we've wrapped it up. The bad guys are detained and the good guys remain to help out. To summarize. And while he is not there, Cudgel has mentioned before he who she figured would be her new kind of second in command, if you will. His name is Jayev, and took care of things at camp and kept things under control.
All right. Do we have like maybe a map and like would a map been rolled out in front of us of like Vogler?
No, there is a map of Vogler back at the keep, but Becklin did not have the wherewithal to bring it back with her, or just bring it with her to this meeting. Sounds like a good job for Darrett to go run off and do. But that's just God speaking. You don't hear that voice.
They were wanting to know if diplomacy would work. But
they is only Raven.
Yeah.
You realize now that the conversation, essentially Cudgel was berating Raven for even suggesting sending a letter. And she said, only an asshole would send a letter in these circumstances.
Jacques will remind Mayor Raven about what the Dragon Army soldiers were saying about it getting heated or hot over here or something like that. Meaning like, I don't think they intend on parlaying.
Well, we saw what happened at the pretend battle. I mean, if they wanted to talk about it, they wouldn't have done that. That's insane.
There's a clatter at the front door as your good friend Lord Bacaris comes bustling in, adjusting his pants. One of his shoes is untied. He says, "Hey, how are you having a meeting here without me?"
Well, it's simple. You're just not here.
Early bird gets the information.
Here in the late afternoon, right?
You're in the late afternoon.
Right. No,
Or late morning, rather. Early afternoon.
don't charge in on us like that either, because I thought you were going to sucker blow me, and I don't want that to happen. You scared me.
He kind of stops up. He looks you up and down, and you've already intimidated him off before the night of Ispin's funeral. So, and I says, "Well, now I just feel that we should be included in these discussions. We've got people who need answers here. What's going on? What was that all about?" He's referring, of course, to the battle on the hill. Now, you guys can all tell, and this is just by looking at him. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to tell. Everyone who's like awake, functional, especially Arno, like besides Kelp's parents, but everybody has like dirty hands and they look worn and their clothes are not very well kept. He looks very clean. His hands are pristine and soft and have no blisters or anything. He's the stereotypical noble in that regard, but he very clearly has lended zero effort towards anyone's help. It looks like he got up and put on his nice clothes and then realized that the important people were talking and he wasn't one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Brunhilde might walk by and accidentally drop a pan on his foot.
I think she
Let
was
me
calling
get
him a
a
whale
roll.
earlier.
Like that might be like a sleight of hand.
Yeah, that would be a rad sleight of hand usage. I concur. She may or may not be proficient, but that doesn't matter. She doesn't bother you. All right. So it's not incredibly too secretive in the way that she's dropping this pan and a little bit of sarcasm in the oops. But the pan careens off the foot, bounces a couple, then kind of rolls, clatters, does that little spinning penny coming to its close. And he grabs his foot, he grimaces, he doesn't yell out. He's like, "Yay!" And he kind of averts his gaze a bit and takes a seat near the door. Clearly wants to be involved somehow, but has been shut up by Brunhilde's action.
Did he sit next to Petunia?
So roll for me any dice you like. Doesn't matter. Pick your favorite dice that you like to roll. Maybe a D12 because nobody ever uses those. But any dice, and I want you.
That's gonna be my main dice.
I feel like the D12 is the redheaded stepchild of
It is.
of the dice, and
It
I
is.
can say that because I was a redheaded stepchild and beat like one. So
Beat like what?
You can't say it's funny stuff like that.
but it's true. I can like. So
Yeah, but I don't want to laugh at your abuse. I feel bad, but you make it funny.
you make the world better for me, sir. Thank you. So,
I got you.
so and I didn't get an answer. Were you aiming for even or odd? I was going to ask that before the roll.
Oh, I have no idea.
Oh, evens all the time. I'll answer that for her because odds are weird, and I have OCD about odd numbers.
Will you concur with Ray on that?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. So, lucky for you, he does not sit very close to you. That roll is a little bit low, so you guys are both kind of close to the door as opposed to being away from it. So he's a little closer to you than you would like still, but on opposite sides of the door. Benches that are against the windows.
So
And that'll be... Go ahead.
she would probably scoot over a little, just to put a little more distance. She doesn't like the vibe that he gives.
Oh yeah, he's totally fucking icky.
Mm-hmm.
Pardon my language.
Nope.
This guy, nothing else will suffice. Any kind of impression that Kelp's parents would get from him would be probably not impressed. He does not come off as likable. He has a punchable face and is pompous. his attitude. Everything about him exudes dislikability. But to each
Punchable
his own,
face.
as they like.
You don't need to read minds to get that, do you?
Correct.
Yeah. Gotcha.
And so now that Lord Vicaris has kind of been shut up and shuffled aside, and Petunia's put some distance between, Becklin speaks up and says, "Things are dire, and if we're going to act, I feel like we're going to need to decide sooner or later. I've been hearing, as the town has been coming awake this morning, a lot of preparations have already been done to help defend the town and prepare for evacuation. I thank you for being proactive, especially you, sir." She nods at Arno. "Have you slept yet?"
I have not, but I'm fine. Don't think that me
She
pushing
tilts her
myself.
head because she told you guys last night to make sure you got some sleep. So she's giving you that motherly, I told you now. Giving you that
Just Arno smiles and he's like, he just don't think me, pushing myself to the limit makes me less, trying to think of the correct word to say here.
potent
Don't think
combat.
don't think me overextending myself makes me any less of a man than any of the soldiers here. I'm still the best warrior here, and I'm gonna prove that to everybody.
No one's emasculating you. I promise you that.
Well, I just don't want you to think that I'm not gonna be worthy in this fight because I got my boy Derek to back me up. Me and him have been working on a whole lot of moves, a lot of tactics, and he's ready to shine right now. He's going to show the people of Vogler that he's going to be king one day of Ansalon. He's going to unite everybody.
That's incredibly bold because he just wanted a village named after him. Now you're putting stars in his eyes, sir.
Well, sometimes that happens.
That's so fantastic. See, now I have a great main villain for the next campaign you guys are in. So moving along, we've got
You said I could be king!
Shenanigans.
Yeah. So it appears. Mayor Raven looks a little bit dejected because she's essentially being outvoted by those who she knows are more experienced and better suited to make kind of like a wartime decision, if you will. She doesn't like what she's facing. Doesn't want to embrace that she has to evacuate. That's her own like personal failure as a leader of the village. So you can just read it on her face that she doesn't like the direction things are going in, but she is still kind of deferring to the expertise of Cudgel Becklin.
Well, now that we have the concept of we're not going to be able to debate our way out of this, what would evacuating look like, and what would defending? Is that even really possible? I mean, let's just be honest. We don't have much time, and this is not a time for petty debates. This is really a time for decisive actions.
So we're going over a tactic/battle strategy right now.
Or get the hell out of here strategy right now.
All right, so I'm all for trying to make a stand and actually keep the city, and then we evacuate the children and the old and whatnot and the women and get them out of here. I'll stay. I'm still ready to put my life on the line to make sure everyone gets out safely.
Okay, how many did we actually see the camp? How many people were actually truly there?
You didn't. There were too many to actually make a count while you were there.
Okay.
Or even too many fires, maybe, to count while you were there. I mean, you could have counted the fires if you took the time, but too many to count at first glance. It was that vast.
So how many soldiers or people to fight do we have right now in town on foot in hand to battle right now.
Becklin puts her hands behind her back and says, after what happened at the hill, I've got at most a complement of 10 to 20 fighting people as far as who's left from the militia, and a couple of the survivors who are young and stout enough to be able to wield a weapon. Again, most of our best people were lost.
Arno,
She sighs, shakes her head, looks at the floor.
how many
I've
people
rigged-
can you take out, Arno? Just curious. On your own.
Okay, so listen to me. I have an idea. If I was to take a full defensive stance and kind of be looked at as a sacrificial lamb for a bunch of people to charge me, if I had a bunch of guards and you guys, kind of laying in wait to just unleash a hailstorm of arrows against our enemies, I believe they would truly have the hardest time trying to penetrate my defenses, especially if I have Jock out there with me.
Okay, that's like 30 arrows.
And I feel like
That's not a hellstorm. That's 30 arrows.
Well, the 30 arrows, that's gonna fuck people up. I don't want to get shot with no arrows, but let me tell you what, I'm not
There's
gonna.
more than 30 people coming at us.
I know.
So
You just gotta
even if
hit more than one person with an arrow.
Yeah.
if we took out 30 people, how many more people are there to fight?
At least 30 would fill the gap pretty quickly.
They're the immortals.
So as you guys are debating that particular point, you'll remember Jed, who gave you a ride on his wagon with his family when you guys first came into the outskirts of town. He comes stepping in through the gates and removes his hat, says, "Pardon the interruption. There's someone at the gate." And he looks terribly worried, a little bit sheepish and interrupting, but he's wide-eyed. Not to be afraid of you, but more so afraid of the message he's delivering.
Is it just one person or more than one person?
I think they only saw the one, but she's scary enough from what I hear. I didn't see her myself.
Well, Mayor,
Here's
Here
your
it is.
parlay.
that's right. Here you go, buddy. This is your time to talk. Let's do this. Let's see if you can talk your way out of this.
Oh,
This is
Dad
what you
says,
want.
what kind of asshole sends a messenger in times like these?
should we? I feel like we should join, like go along with.
Oh yeah, we'll all walk down to the gate.
yeah.
Oh hell yeah, let's fucking go.
Yeah, but
You
I
guys
want to
gonna
see Mr. Mayor has
Posse up with a dramatic walking all lined up behind
Like
the
Res-
mayor and Raglan.
Oh yeah,
it's
Arno
slow motion
runs up.
walking.
Which theme song is playing as you guys?
It's a
Crazy
Reservoir
Ones.
Dogs.
Bardcore X gonna give it to you as we walk out of the brass crab.
Is it? So I'm pretty sure I have that, don't I?
Yeah, it was
Gotta be
playing
on
like
action.
a second ago.
Lord.
Yeah.
Oh, now it's gonna play both at once.
Let's go.
All right. Stop that other one if it will listen to me. Or not. You get no theme music. Sorry about that. The wind blew it off.
Suck it, boys.
I think it's starting right now.
All right. It is. Anyway, that's a fun thing. All right. So you guys are on your way to the gate. And of course, it is currently closed. And for everyone who's not Arno and Petunia, it is incredibly, from the way you look at it, it's mangled in a strange way, but it's still square set. But like the edges have been altered and smashed in and twisted in. The hinges have different stakes about the size of like railroad stakes wedged into them. It looks like that gate was made to permanently stay put and never open again. That is not how you had left it. Brunhilde in particular knows that last time she saw it, the hinge was broken. So somebody way overfixed that hinge. Your
She
first
would
guess is
probably
directed by Ardo, since he was up all night doing things and stuff.
she would probably get upset at Arnold and be like, "What the hell did you do?" But like back down because it's a serious situation right now.
It's
And
I would
also, too, at second
I would
thought,
also
incredibly secure. That thing ain't going nowhere if you guys are worried about defense. It's solid.
yeah, and I would whisper to them, I booby trapped it, so if they try to get through the doors, it's gonna fall on them and possibly crush a couple and just scare people on what other things are trapped. Do they have trapped within the city? It's more of a scare tactic.
Is there a geez, I forgot what they're called. Is there a portion on top of the wall that you can walk on?
Oh,
Yeah.
what do they call it? Parapet or something like that?
Yeah, parapet.
This does not have that. This is just a gate. Somebody could like climb up there and almost like straddle it, like it'd be a wide straddle, like on a warhorse or something.
Mhm.
And you could walk that kind of tightrope style. Um, a little
I guess we could.
precarious, but it's not designed like a watchtower and stuff with something attached to it that you would walk across.
I guess we could go to the where the old temple is at and like see who's down there.
Um, so is there anybody who's staying at the Brass Crab, or is everybody posseed up and heading out there to check it out?
Posseed up and heading out.
Yeah.
Okay. So as
That's
the
how my
group is approaching the square, there's an intersection where you guys would either turn left to go to Thornwall Keep, or you would go straight, shortest way to the River Gate. Um, you see Thread, the gnome inventor, running down that road from the keep. He's saying, Kane, there.
Hello.
You've got to see this. Your friends, they're going to see the messenger, yes?
Yes.
Come here. I've got to show you this. Come with me. And then he turns and just starts going, expecting you to follow.
I'll start jogging behind him and yell out, I'll meet up with you guys. There's something I have to do.
Right. So when he sees that you pick up the pace, he too does. So you guys making pretty good speed that way. That is before the group decides if they want to split off to go have that cliffside view. If they're going straight to the gate, I see Brunhilde's token has been moved up there. You guys are still welcome to fork either direction, but Kane and Than will be running up ahead toward the keep. Jacques appears to have gone cliffside with the very familiar, barely remnants of a temple that he had checked out the night before. Raven and Becklin and Cudgel are all set to go just straight to the gate, but they approve of the idea to go take lookout from the cliffside.
So who's all going to the gate?
Looks like we've got Brunhilde and Abbott there.
I'll go.
Arno. Let's see. And King. Oh, let me get back to. I was on the other. Looks like Kelp and Arno's tokens are still back at the Brass Crab. So
I'll definitely
I'm
head
going.
to the
I mean,
gate.
I'm moving my.
Yeah.
I'm rolling a blunt. My bad.
Oh, you're cool. Enjoy.
Petunia would probably want a higher vantage so she could see both sides of the gate.
Okay. So she'd be
Better.
running after Kane and Than. The
Yeah.
longer you run after them, the more you realize they're heading straight up that keep to go to the gnome flinger. So you would essentially be following them, trailing behind, a little bit behind, but getting up to the top of the keep there together. Arno
Okay.
joining Jacques, cliffside. Kelp at the gates there. All right, so first things first, can I please get a perception roll from Jacques? And this is a pretty high difficulty kind of thing here. I don't want to
From
spoil
who?
anything.
You were breaking
Jacques.
up. Who do you need?
breaking up.
Oh, Jacques. Okay.
Sorry, yeah.
You want me to roll a perception check?
If you please.
Coming right up. I got a 12.
Okay, so from your
Fuck on
vantage
those
point,
eggs.
you can clearly see the single mounted rider at the gate, a ways back, appears to be patiently waiting for Vogler leadership to greet her. You only know from your vantage point, you can't tell it's a her. You just know that because that's how Jed described. However, that was passed along to him.
Gotcha. How far away is this person from where I am?
Gosh, we did all that measuring.
Like, is it
the other day,
within
and
like voice yelling distance, or?
So from where you are, if you were to yell down, it's quiet enough to where they would likely hear. It would likely echo down. But you would
Okay.
have to like kind of yell full force, and
Gotcha.
it would likely be heard if you needed to. Those who like took the ride of the catapult during the festival would know that like when you're on the other side of the hill, you can't hear the gnome flinger go off, but and nor do you see anybody landing coming over unless you're actively looking for it. And so even from up there, sound doesn't carry across the ravine incredibly well.
Okay. Jock just came up here to see what was up. Not necessarily to be the one doing the talking, so.
Fair. Arno, since you're up there with Jacques, can I please get a perception check from you, sir?
That would be at -3 because of my exhaustion, so it'll still be at 19.
Through the looking through a tired haze. All right, it needs to. It's trying to click on something that's locked, and that's really annoying. All right, one at a time. Be annoying. Arno, you can see shuffling through the trees on the edge of the cliff on the other side, rather than your focus being on the messenger down at the gate. You're kind of surveying the land outside, and you were just over there, so your eyes are keen to having just prepared that line of oil and etc. So you're familiar with the area, and you're able to pick that up. Now, why is this? And is about the time that Kane and Petunia will arrive up on the keep, and Than will be pointing out the same thing to you. Across the cliffside, you do see 4 Dragon Army soldiers who are kind of trying to hide and overlook. They are not standing publicly on the cliffside. They are hiding, trying to be secret squirrel over there. But from the vantage point of the cliffs and the keep, you can kind of see the shuffling about, a glint of the sun off of a sword.
Abbott's with Arno, right? Or no? No, he's not. I see where Abbott is. Okay.
Abbott south. Arno is with Jacques.
Yeah,
Jacques
I will.
Is focused on the messenger and does not show any indication that he's looking at the cliffs there. So you pick that up because, again, you spend so much time over there, you're just drawn to it. Yeah.
I'm gonna go like walk behind Jacques to get like to be closer to him, and as I'm approaching him, so it's harder to see my mouth or what I'm doing or saying, I'm going to let him know that they have people on the cliffside ready to ambush us. They haven't.
Excellent.
Yeah, they didn't notice me seeing them.
Bless you.
Thank you, sorry.
I'll just nod and peer across the way. There's not much we can do about them over here. So
I have fire set up. right where they're kind of standing.
You
Yeah.
can, now, of course.
But we'll wait. I don't think it's a good thing to use right now.
Yeah, you definitely want to burn more than 4 dudes.
Maybe.
400.
400 would be good, yeah.
All right. So, for the rest of you, now arriving gate side there, Raven gives the signal, and there's a new guard who's posted up there. You guys haven't seen yet. Must have been sleeping or otherwise recruited from surviving villagers. And he swings the door open, and beneath the carvings of leaping fish that are etched into the wooden gate, now half of the door opened up because the other half doesn't move. There's a human female, black and red scale male, sitting astride an armored warhorse. She holds out a rolled parchment, calls out, "Who among you speaks for this village?"
Got it.
And,
Not it.
glances are shared, and Raven steps forward, and she says, "I'm the mayor here." She takes the message, and she walks it back to where you guys are. The messenger on the horse rests their hands calmly on the pommel of the saddle. Raven reads aloud, "People of Vogler, by the orders of Belafade, the voice of Takesis, you will quarter the soldiers of the invincible Red Dragon Army this night. Refuse and die. This is the Dragon Queen's will."
I'm
So, this
hiding
might
from.
be. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm just hiding from the scroll in case it goes Mission Impossible.
This will be likely, I believe, the first time Takesis has been mentioned, said aloud, that name invoked. Those of you familiar with, even to a slight degree, the gods, the history of the Cataclysm, anything, would know Takesis to be very evil god, the Dragon Queen, and those that would follow her would also not be of particularly amicable disposition. But it does confirm, again, the symbols you've seen, they appear to be directly and actively an army of the Dragon Queen. It seems that she has returned.
So
Is-
the implications are lost on Abbott not being from here, so he'll kind of look to Raven um and like the god I worshipped back home was uh maybe not distasteful, but you don't tell everyone you worship Kalimvor. God of death
Right.
thing is a little off-putting. It
That
is.
being said, because you have Dab a little bit there, can I get an insight check from
Yeah.
Abbott?
Is that
It's really kind of what you remember from things being overspoken. I was going to make a religious check, but it's not like you've actually studied it, so it didn't feel appropriate to me. Really, more of you picking into the way you can pick up pop culture references and stuff. So when the name Takesis is spoken, you get a flicker of an image in your mind of the dragon god Tiamat, not referred to usually in the feminine, but a dragon god of Faerun.
okay? And
Some of the
not
rumors of war and such there, it's been spoken that perhaps very, very recently there was an attempt for that god to return. They had been banished. They were trying to be returned somehow. You weren't there. You don't know. But out of game, it references the other game modules where it deals with Tiamat's return, dragon stuff. That being said, you kind of get a flicker, like what you feel like you're familiar with an evil dragon god, and the return of being an issue. So there's kind of a parallel there. Do you just get a flicker of, and you get a sense that since you yourself have traveled between dimensions, and from what you remember of just overhearing priests in conversation talking about religious stuff in general, didn't really care at the time, but you get a sense they could be related, maybe even the same entity. But it's a
Okay.
call back to home, and you definitely, again, that strong sense of getting that flicker of the image of Tiamat, like you know about an evil dragon god, and you're like, oh, that's some heavy shit. This is no laughing matter.
So it's
So
definitely more of an evil than mean vibe that I get from these people, for lack of kind of a better way of putting it. They're not just like shitty big mercenary army of douchebags. They're like evil dragons culty army type thing.
100%, yes, absolutely. And everything
Okay.
about them, like their shared art, their shared attire, the colors, the symbols and stuff, like they are all proud to be part of a club. You can tell that.
Abbott's original family that he escaped from was a cult. So he's kind of familiar with the vibe.
And you're getting it strongly here. And so, yeah, there's been a demand for the village to quarter the dragon army, or they will be forced to. And the messenger awaits a response. The letter
So
is
is
very simple, straight to the point. Go ahead.
is this like we answer now, or we have till dawn, or is it just kind of
Well, they're coming tonight.
Yep. It says this night you will
this
quarter the
night?
soldiers. So you can assume that they're probably packing up and getting ready to come this way if they're not already en route. But
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think they really care
I
for an answer. I think they're staying here either way.
I think this is not much of a question. It's
Yeah.
more of a statement than it is anything else.
It's definitely a statement, especially the fancy.
the refuse and die part was definitely a statement.
That might have been a Can we just write in a little question mark there? Be like refuse and die?
Refuse and
Bring out the
die?
pencil. Die. Maybe.
Maybe.
Can we be friends?
So what?
Um,
Okay. Can I get like a maybe like a check, or somebody wants to check on our dear mayor Raven and kind of get a vibe on what's he looking like right now? Is anybody good at insight?
Still looking like a she, and with a look of grave
There
concern
you
on her
go.
face. And I mean, that much you can tell. She looks just kind of worried and is looking a little bit wide eyed to Becklin and Cudgel. And also, Brunhilde, Kelp, and Abbott are with her right there at the gate. So everybody who's there, she's kind of making eye contact, looking around the party, still holding that scroll open. She hasn't closed it or dropped it, just a little bit in shock. It's all kind of becoming real for her.
She hasn't
And
said anything yet. She's just standing there.
she's just kind of looking at you guys after having read that aloud and waiting for a response.
Um,
It looks very worried.
um, oh, does anybody want to say anything before I jump in?
I'm not there, so no.
I will just say, Raven, I think we just need to tell them we understand and just go from here and see if they'll leave. I mean, unless you want to fight them right now, but I'm afraid there's more than just her.
While you guys are conferring, atop Thornwall Keep, Petunia and Kane are being shown by Than a couple of adjustments he made to the gnome flinger, and he tells you both gleefully, more so focus on Kane, but he's glad to see that Petunia came with because he likes a fellow little person. But he says, you can see him over there, but you remember when you flew, they'd have no idea if I were to fling you right over the head. You'd land right behind him, be able to take him from behind. So he's very excited to have like a plan, and he's like, I can be a part of this, I can be a big help, like very enthusiastic. Also, very sincere. He believes in this. And you know from your shot the other day that those soldiers focused in there, unless you know to look at the top of the keep, the way that it looms over on this cliff, because this cliff is higher than the other one, you'd have to be looking for the people, and you would land behind them. And it wasn't a loud landing unless you're wearing like a bunch of heavy armor and you clank about and yell because you sprained your ankle. But it's a pretty easy landing with the Neri Crashers. And from what you, Petunia, and Kane can tell, Than is pretty keen on his observation here. You'll be able to launch over and land there and take those soldiers that you can see from your vantage point by surprise. Just wanted to add that little bit happening a little bit concurrently as that letter is being read and words are being shared in response by the gate. Meanwhile, yeah, go ahead.
I am just like eagerly jotting down the changes and some notes about his improvements, and I'm gonna. Is there any like guard or anything up here that I'd be able to send down to the rest of the party?
Only Petunia. Darrett is currently with Becklin at the gate, standing closer to her. So you have Petunia and Than with you up top. You know Arno and Jacques, yep, right over that way, are outside.
So with like the slope of the hill, are they still like within 120 feet, you think? Like Abbott and them?
Yeah, I'd say that's fair. It's right on the edge because you're also higher up on the keep. You're at the top of the keep and they're way at the bottom. So barely can reach them. But yes, fuzzy range, still doable.
I'm gonna use message and tell Arno about the improvements and say, like, I'm not sure what's going on at the gate, but if we're doing this, I suggest we take care of them before we lose them.
Okay. And you're saying that to Arno outside of the keep there on the cliffside, or were you wanting to let somebody at the gate know?
I'm gonna use message and say it right to Arno.
Okay.
Like a bell that you can talk to people like 120 feet away from you?
Yep.
So you'd have to lean over the top a little bit so that you get him in range. But yeah, he's right underneath the keep there. Be able to knock out a message quite easily. So Arno, magical words are being spoken into your head.
And he mentioned the gnome flinger, right?
Yes. He said improvements have been made up there.
I'm going.
There was an opportunity.
I'm going to relay a message back and say we should use the gnome flare to hurl large objects that could possibly absolutely demolish someone if they get hit and not risk our lives and being split up as a team. This is something, I don't know how many words I can respond with the message.
You can't.
Yeah, kind of like the target hears the message and can reply in a whisper that only you can hear.
Oh, okay.
All right, so but if we're going to fly over the enemy, this needs to be a group decision that we're all going to take part of.
Yeah.
Because splitting up is bad.
Yeah, I'm just telling you.
That
I was
being
happy because
said,
I was like, man, if we could load up the gnome flare gun with just like one last barrel of fucking oil and send it and have someone fucking shoot it with a fire arrow and have that shit fucking explode, that'd be gangster.
Kane knows that it has been very well mathematically arranged and adjusted for the weight of people to be flung on a pretty specific trajectory. Like Than has kind of set this up for that, so adjustments would have to be made. Kane knows that in order to implement Arno's idea. Not impossible, just take some time.
And I think everybody would assume that Kelp is not the instigator of a fight, so I would probably be more likely to try to defuse. But if people want to instigate the fight, he would definitely follow.
Yeah, since those at the gate are less aware of those discussions happening up cliffside, really, Raven wants to avoid bloodshed. She's encouraging them to kind of accept and just decide what to do. Says have until nightfall to do something. But now they've got eyes on us right outside the gates.
Can the people at the gate see, or do they know about the people on the cliff? The enemy?
You don't know. They haven't made any indication as such. It appears that, from your vantage point up on the keep, you can tell that they're hunkered down and they're trying to hide, and they are intently watching. They're focused on the gate. You can't see their eyes, but their body language, their posture, they're really angled toward the situation down there. Looks like maybe waiting for a signal or something. But they have not paid attention that you've seen to the other side of the cliffs yet. And that's something, and people just usually don't look up. I know I don't. Video games or real life, I'm never looking at the ceiling ever.
So I could probably run down
All right.
and have Kelp. Does Kelp reading my mind take a spell?
He would have to actively do it, yeah.
I'd have to actually, yeah. You can kind of. Oh no, I would not, because I wonder if I have to be able to see you.
Well, I would run down to you.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Yeah, if you kind of give me a kind of like a nod, like, or kind of point to your head or something, I can definitely do it.
yeah, I would go up to you and do the gesture, like point to your mind and my head. And then I just show you like an image of the people on the cliff.
All right. So Petunia has joined you guys gateside. Well, Raven is still kind of waiting to hear response of what to do. And Kelp, you're now aware that there are 4 Dragon Army soldiers up on the cliffside above, hiding and observing.
It does not make me feel any better. Letting you
Also,
know.
too, Petunia, is that all that you convey, or do you also add Thran's offer to fling people behind them for an ambush?
Yeah, that too. I would show like the flinger,
Okay.
like a picture of the flinger. And hopefully Kelp can interpret that.
Okay, and I will say back whatever those idiots want to do. It's up to them. I will always, I'll defend, but I'm not going to instigate. If they feel like they have an advantage and they can take them out and confident about this, then let's go for it. Either we're going to have to fight now or fight later or just run later. So those are options. Right now we've got the numbers. What's the worst that could happen?
I would also point to the others, like the mayor and Becklin, and for you to tell them also what I
Let's see
showed
here.
you.
I'll make sure I can do this. I can do it over and over and over again. So I will hop into everybody's mind quickly and let them know what I know. I just kind of basically tell the same thing to Raven and Becklin and everybody.
All right. So, and again, that'll be just limited to those at the gate side there, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I have
Arno
to
and
be able
Jacques
to see
still
him.
out of the loop. Yeah, for sure.
Right. Yep.
All right. Raven says we shouldn't escalate this. Cudgel says, are they just going to sit there and wait? Because I need to get to my people. We need to bring them here. They're not far away, but if they're going to be blocking the gates, I'm not going to be able to bring down my forces to reinforce defenses here. Becklin nods.
Well, are we all together?
No, Arno and Jacques are still up on the cliff.
Okay.
Unless you wanted to move down there, that's your prerogative. You have free
No,
action
no,
to
no.
move here.
I'm
Nobody has
gonna walk
taken
over.
any
I'm
aggression.
gonna walk over and I know we got Kelp because he can just message. I was gonna say, never mind, I'm good. Sorry, I don't mean to be
It's
confusing.
all cool. Yeah, it is Abbott and Brunhilde, Kelp and Petunia, who are all kind of point down there. As far as I know, Kane is still up top with Than, unless he's planning to move down at all or taking any action there.
Still up top for now.
Okay.
I'd probably go back
Oh.
to the vantage point.
Petunia has returned.
Doc will probably get curious on what's going on at the gate. But we'll walk up to the top of the keep to see what's going on up here. See if he can learn any more information.
Could I also ask Than if he has a Nary Crasher I can borrow for the battle?
He does. He hands you back the one that you had returned to him. Says, you're pretty familiar with this one, eh?
Oh yes, she served me well. And I will strap it on my back.
All right. So, Jacques, when you arrive, it appears to you like Kane is getting ready to be flung across because he's putting an Airy Crasher on. And Than looks very excited. And Petunia is simply taking a vantage point and keeping an eye out on things. When Jacques goes up to the top of the tower, is Arno staying cliffside there, keeping watch?
Yeah, definitely.
Alrighty. And so Petunia would have the most recent information for Jacques, having gone to share observations. But Jacques is pretty well aware of the existence of the Dragon Army. He'd now be clued into the Gnomeflinger as being an option to provide an ambush opportunity. Not that ambush, attacking from behind after being flung across the ravine, is the way of Solamnic Knight, but it's been proposed.
I think Brunhilde would go up, and she would be willing to be flung to flank the guys.
By the way, we do have Brunhilde with us, at least in spirit of being able to type a couple times. I'm not sure what the level of their engagement is there, but
I am
howdy and
here.
hellos.
Oh, welcome back, Levi.
The
Like I said, if people are getting flung over, I think that needs to be done as an entire group.
Yeah, no one's getting flung.
You never know.
You never know.
So everybody's left, and I'm just down here with everybody else.
It looks like Kelp and Abbott have not left the gate side,
Um,
but a bunch of people have run up top to the keep.
Well,
Doc just went up here to find information about what. He's probably going to head back down to the gate. Uh,
I
just
feel
to,
like
just to be with the leadership and know what's going on.
okay.
So through their talking, they're kind of leaning toward just, for now, placating the messenger so that they'll be left alone, and then plans can be made otherwise. But they're really nervous about the messenger just sitting there on the horse calmly after having delivered a message of such magnitude.
While walking through the keep, Jock's just gonna take stock of what kind of arms they have, as just a quick drive-by look. If they have anything significantly useful for defending this little keep here.
This will only have essentially keepsakes of Garrett and Becklin. So there are a couple of older swords. One is mounted on the wall. One is in kind of a wicker basket, along with a spear that looks like it's taped up. So it's seen battle. Looks like it was repaired-ish. You don't know how functional it is, but a couple of old weapons there that are old keepsakes. It looks like more than being maintained for function.
Gotcha. Okay.
There is a place in town where I don't want to say warehouse, but there is kind of a shed, if you will, that houses a lot of the weapons that the militia would have used. And of course, many of those are still strewn about a bloody battlefield to the north.
That's true. Jock will just make his way down to the gate, I guess, then.
All right.
And he'll just ask, like, what's what. I don't know if he was able to hear the announcement from where he was at, so kind of far away and over a gate, so unlikely that he heard.
Yeah, he would have to have been either updated upon his arrival there, where Raven would actually hand you the letter since she doesn't know if you're in the loop or not, but she'll actually hand it over to you to read yourself.
Gotcha. Okay.
And
And it reads, the village of Vogler will
Quarter, the
Quarter.
mighty. Sorry, was it immortal? Let me double check.
The immortal.
It was implied that they're pretty awesome and stuff. Let me find. Sorry, the exact wording. People of Vogler, by the orders of Belafane, the voice of Takhisis, you will quarter the soldiers of the invincible Red Dragon Army this night.
Invincible.
Refuse and die. This is the Dragon Queen's will.
Excellent.
XOXO.
Winky face. Well, Doc will, I guess, turn around and look at the mayor and Becklin. Did Cudgel come with us?
Yes, Cudgel is
Yeah.
there.
Okay.
She reiterates that she can't make it to her forces to move them down and help with defenses or getting people out of town if this messenger and her soldiers are in the way. So she would like to see them dealt with. The intel as the morning has gone on, she's gotten a little more aggressive and is really embracing the idea of a fight. She kind of has like that pre-battle rage anticipation thing going on. There are two Brunhilde faces. By the way, for Levi, it was a little bit distant to hear you. I don't know if your mic is different or anything, but it was a very quick word. If you want to speak a little bit, say hello and welcome to us.
Hello.
Thanks
Welcome.
for joining.
No problem.
Just so you know, we met Kelp's parents.
Wow.
So your great book of grudges can be fulfilled if everyone doesn't die.
There was mutual acknowledgement. You know that each other are there, but because of the situation here, you haven't had like a personal exchange yet, and neither party has made an effort to like meet and greet or anything like that. But you're both aware of each other.
Excellent.
There were some whispers and some snickers.
You gave them the stink eye.
Did they pay up their 15 silver or no?
That
There was
discussion
no
has yet to
interaction.
be had. No interaction.
We decided
so I wasn't
that
100% on where they were in the book. I thought maybe that they had given bad product, like bad oysters. But please correct me if I'm wrong on that assumption, so we're on the same page.
No, their clams were good. I just tried to do a dwarven twist on them, and it didn't turn out very well. And then they refused to pay for the meal and left. So.
Oh, it was a dine and dash.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry
Yeah.
for my
Sure.
confusion there.
Yeah, well.
So they need to be corrected on selling trash clams and pay for dinner.
Yeah. I'm sure they have a different viewpoint on that conversation.
Yeah, the back of my pan will be the viewpoint.
Uh-huh.
Love it.
Jacques will tell the mayor and people who are there at the gate that we either need to tell these guys that we'll see them tonight and not be here, or we'll see them tonight and most of us won't be here, and we'll just try and fight off this army as we're trying to evacuate. I don't see anything good that could come out of us staying here with an army occupying the city. Especially one led by Takesis.
I say we start evacuating people now and getting them out and sea, not leaving, Vogler yet, because we don't know if this army has ships that are going to cut them off, so on and so forth. So we want to make sure I'm not even there to talk about this. Oh my God, I'm so sad.
I mean, I'm sure we've talked about that because in the inn, Kelp's parents were talking about them having ships, but they weren't. They're patrolling ships, not like blockading ships. So, his parents think we have like the rest of the day to get everyone across to Calaman before the patrolling ship comes back. So yeah, I think Kelp
Indeed.
mentioned that we just need to tell these people like sounds good kind of thing, just to get them out of our hair, and then we'll go on our business. Because killing the messengers usually don't end up going too well. People get suspicious when their people don't come back on time. So We should just tell them. Sounds good.
Can I get an insight roll real quick?
Sure. Sight. A 6.
Okay. Well, you know that by way of the letter, it seems that the army is heading this way no matter what. It's going to take a fair amount of time for the army to get here, to like break down camp, get gathered, march all the way here. For them to imply that they want to be quartered tonight, it's likely that they have already done so and are kind of on the way, and it'll just take that long to get here. You guys have made that trip a couple times now, and the way the timing works out with an army en route, arriving tonight means they'd roughly have to be leaving the camp ready to go now-ish. That being said, as far as this messenger making it back or not, you know that it won't make as much difference to the army that is probably already en route. But if you're hoping to be peaceful, if your mind is to actually house them here in the hopes that they don't slaughter villagers and stuff, then hurting the messenger would be detrimental to that approach, absolutely. But that's not a sentiment shared by others as far as entertaining the idea of actually housing them. That being said, you can argue for that if that is your aim.
No, I was just thinking more like, if these guys were supposed to report back at, X time, they don't show up, then they know that they probably died. They got told no in a harsh manner. Thus, enacting wrath when the army does actually show up.
Okay. You are welcome to presume what kind of wrath would or would not be incurred regardless of your cooperation. I won't give you anything for free because your insight check was not particularly high.
Oh, it wasn't.
But I'll let that consideration linger with you. That's what I'll give.
Well, the dragon dudes have just been eating people, so I don't think whether they get in here or not get in here, it's not going to be great for any populace. Brunhilde thinks that we invite this. Is this the same guy that met us in the woods? It's the same token. I'm just wondering.
It is a different messenger. It is the same token. Yes, this is a female though.
Female.
The one you met in the woods was male.
Okay, so I say we invite this person in to come stay at the end while their army arrives. Do the whole welcome to our town, give them the tour, stab them in the back, throw them in the dumpster, and then burn the town to the ground, throw all the supplies in the river, and run away.
Brunhilde proposes a crash and burn. Raven says nothing, but audibly gasps, like her mouth hanging open, looking at you like she can't believe you just said burn down the town.
So
throw it in the river and take off.
Right. Yeah, 100%. So this town is either going to be used it's a pretty defensible position. It's going to be used as the base of operation. So you need to deny your enemies.
True.
Your stuff.
So
Becklin nods wisely. I hadn't considered that. That is a troubling prospect as well for the whole region.
I guess let's invite this lady inside and cut her head off. And then throw it at the guys on the cliff.
Arno would not be down with that.
I'm thinking, does Petunia? What is?
I'm just saying.
I just have a feeling that she's not gonna come in.
I think it would be cooler to keep the head and fling the body back.
Alas, Arno cannot contribute his lack of fondness for the idea.
Arno.
You
Arno is like.
Are you feeling left out yet?
Arno doesn't want now. Fuck you guys. I hate you. Oh man, motherfuckers.
You look up and just see Arno on top of the cliff scowling down at you.
No, he's just looking across. There's a smile. He's got a smile. He's excited for what's to come. It's going to be like his first real battle and his first time to really prove himself against odds that are greater than
You can
his.
sure.
And when,
Yeah,
like,
I heard you got stabbed in the heart.
yep, that happens.
Well,
But
I think we should ambush these people. That's my vote. Out of character, I think we should just decide on what to do and do it.
So flinging over, I'm worried about a counter ambush from the woods.
Yes.
That's what I'm worried about. If we can invite them in, if we have like delicious breakfast, hey, come on in. Wait for your army to get here. Do you want some drinks? You know.
I mean, I can hit 3 of them from this side of the cliff. Don't know if it will finish any of them. But maybe we could do a ranged approach.
Yeah, my cooking spits don't go that far.
Just like hammer toss or shot put a nice cast iron pan at one of them.
I like my pan.
Not your pan, just a pan.
Oh, a pan.
Yeah, never your pan.
So even if we're like mid evacuation and the army shows up, we can like light the town on fire and do a street by street withdrawal to give everybody enough time to get out, and then, too bad, so sad.
Well, it would. I'm assuming it'll take a long ass time to get people on boats, if we even have enough.
Well, the dock should be totally clear, so we have a nice staging area where we can orderly load people up.
also, I feel like Arno would have been pushing to get like elder people, women, and children situated by the docks and whatnot,
Elderly
like so they can,
So
I'm just
far,
saying,
there
I've been
hasn't
mentioning
time
that.
for the actual people gathering. The village.
I've been
has
mentioning
not
that
been
since
clued
breakfast.
into, right. But so far, the people have not been acted upon as a whole. They have not been delivered a message to anything. They're still out of the loop. Part of what Lord Bacaris was crying about when he busted in to the inn earlier.
Yeah, I think women and children first, and then able-bodied men, and the old people hold the town.
That's really pragmatic, Paul. Holy shit, that's cold.
The dwarven version of the add a stoop. The Vikings get old, just dive off the cliff so that they're not a bother to the tribe anymore.
Have you seen Norsemen?
That's exactly what I'm referencing.
Yes.
I don't think I'm going to do it. I think I'm good.
What a great show.
It is one of the most amazing shows I've ever seen. I love the dry wit that they have.
Yeah.
Like
Like,
right away. Yeah, talking about how like intimidation, ruling by fear isn't his style and stuff. Like, it just gets me right away. Anyway, I digress.
I agree that we try and invite this lady inside and kill her, versus trying to ambush the guys on the cliff. She's clearly more important than they are, so
She's gonna say she has to report back or some shit.
Well, that's fine. Then she can go report back, and then we do what we need to do. But we don't want people watching us, so that either she goes or she dies, one or the other.
Oh, did we give her an answer and she's just chilling, or what?
She's
we haven't really
no answer, and she's chilling.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to say
Extreme
something.
patience. She's just standing, watching. She can't hear from as far as you guys are out, but she's just sitting on the horse.
Who's our most trustworthy, magnanimous person?
We already know it's Arno.
That would probably my charisma's pretty high.
But roleplay wise, who's been the most charismatic?
Brunhilde.
Sure, charisma doesn't necessarily mean people like you, though. She's got a very strong force of personality, which is intimidating as fuck.
every time she just wants to talk to them. They're like, this one again.
I think Mayor Raven needs to go back out there and give her the letter. She's the one who accepted it. She needs to be the one to go give the final answer.
She's ready to do so, but she kind of looks at you guys. So I'm going to invite her in.
Yep, for
and
breakfast.
accept their demands.
Yep.
Yeah, and
Yep.
I'll put my back behind the gate and get ready to tackle her off her horse as soon as she passes through.
Get her halfway into town, like here.
So that way she has more room to like run away. Yeah, dude.
Where's she gonna get to?
She's not gonna turn around in the gate.
The gate. Oh, tell. You might want to fill in Brunhilde what Arno did with the gate.
One of the
getting
doors is half broke, and the other one's fully broke.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
It's over fixed to the point where it now is perfectly shut and will not open.
Right. So
Yeah.
we got these nice scouts here. We want to get their captain in here into the maze so they don't see. They're like, oh, she's having lunch. How nice. And then they go away.
Or maybe they slide down the cliff and join her.
Yeah, perfect. Great.
Yeah, sure. Let's invite her in, and we'll line up and like Hi Hitler salute her as she comes in or something.
Mm-hmm.
So we're so eager to
Goodness.
start the dragon thesis.
So, Raven, with a heavy sigh and a nod, takes a deep breath, straightens her posture, and rolls up the document, strides out to the officer, and where you guys are at, you would have to kind of follow or move up closer to be able to hear.
I would
hang back. It's up to you.
I would regroup with everyone.
Arno has joined the party.
Once I realize that bitch is coming in, Daddy's getting together with everybody.
So Raven returns with the scroll still in hand. You saw that she had offered her it out. Words were exchanged, but the scroll wasn't taken. She says, she said no one is to come or go, and she's here to ensure that.
Oh, perfect.
Cudgel swears, damn it. Stupid.
All right. Well,
Does that mean she's staying out there?
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah.
She has refused the request for food and accommodations.
Okay.
Instead, has said that no one will be coming or leaving.
Awesome. Lock the gate.
And she's gonna blue balls us right before the fight. That's unreal.
So does she? Does she have a helmet on? Can we see the face? Can we tell?
Unfortunately, you can't read any facial features or even really see the eyes. Raven has confirmed that it is a she, and the armor itself is of a more feminine build. But besides that, very well armored and helmeted.
All right. Well, we need a smoke screen so she can't see the evacuation happening. And
Well, there's more one way out of this town, don't you think, than
Right.
just this gate? Is that it's just one way? Kind of looks like it.
yeah, it looks pretty.
On a
Unless you're
freaking
in a
event.
boat and going around, you can also like climb cliffs in certain areas. There used to be ladders that climbed up on the cliffside after using the gnome flinger, but those were blasted away. So that access up to the side of the cliffs is no more.
Is there more oil?
Arno used almost all of it.
Almost
all. Hey, Arno, can I please get a percentage roll for how much of the last barrel is full?
Yeah. You know it.
But meanwhile,
Is that what
Than has offered to Kane the idea of gnome flinging people over there for the ambush, and
Is that
it does all
2d10?
check out. It is a sound plan as far as what he has for you.
Just roll a
It would be
D100.
either a D100 or you could do a 2d10, and we can use a tens column on the left. I don't care either way.
What's up?
Okay.
All right.
What's
Most of one barrel is remaining.
That is amazing.
That's pretty good. I think we just soak this house right here and light it on fire.
What's the point of fighting right now? We need to. They're just going to bring more people.
I was thinking we could use this barrel and throw it in the gnome flinger and then have someone shoot it with like a fire arrow so it explodes on them.
So you're gonna explode burning oil over your oil line.
Kudja insists on.
But I'm saying when they
dispatching them
bring the
because she wants to get the mercenaries back here for defense. They're still a ways away and don't know how close things are impending.
Well, it sucks to work for
She's very insistent about getting them out of the way. Also, too, you won't be able to have the militia or the mercenaries defend this gap by the gate if they're standing there in the way, watching / telling you not to defend yourselves. Because they'll frown upon that if they see you gathering, making those kind of moves, obviously. So Cudgel definitely encouraging however it's done. She's like, I'll take the damn gnome flinger if I have to.
Yeah, we could just shut the gate, and then a bunch of people go up to the gnome flinger, and then a couple people stand beside the main gate and open up the main gate, run out, kill the lady, and as everyone's running to kill the main lady, people are gnome flinging across to go ambush the people on the hill.
So in the big picture, how much of a difference is 10 to 20 mercenaries going to really make if we're evacuating a city?
It's essentially filling the gap versus no one. It's a 300 situation for sure.
Yeah. Would you rather have an extra 15 minutes to evacuate a city?
Right. So we have this beautiful city here with like a really good choke point that we could fill with junk and light it on fire, and that's going to give you way more than 15 minutes. And then you do a defensive street by street fallback to your defensive pre-made defensive points, and that way we don't have to leave the city undefended to go get her mercenary group.
Can I please get an insight check?
I don't think this town has any pre-built defensive positions.
No, but it's not.
You say an insight check from anyone who?
Dump a
couch. Whoever makes it. Somebody gets an epiphany.
Oh, I'm gonna use my only one inspiration to reroll that, bro. I'm using my. Oh, I rolled a fucking 1.
Yeah.
I noticed nothing, dude. I'm tired.
So Arno is again like, oh man, that barrel. If we fling that barrel, did you guys hear me about the barrel and the arrow? That one thing.
It's a good idea.
Kelp, you are where you're positioned to. It's pretty perfect. You're kind of looking at the cliffs. You're looking at the gate, and then you remember these Draconians have wings. So the choke point, while it definitely helps with the dragon army, like the humans and stuff, it really will have zero bearing if the Draconians are like, well, we'll just fly over the cliff or over the gate or fly around the side or anything like that. So Draconians still a threat, even if the main dragon army force of humanoids that can't fly is choked into that point.
Have we seen them fly?
But we know they have wings.
You will have seen the fluttering away after Arno got stabbed. They took off and took a little bit of flight. So they didn't like fly straight up. It wasn't as impressive as dragons, but they fluttered off the ground and started to take off over the tree line.
And so I'll just turn around and say, choke points don't work if you can fly.
Now, you do know from your observations, the majority of the forces are human. It seems the Draconians are in like backup, bodyguard, leadership kind of roles, but majority-wise, the army didn't make it. From your limited observations at night on the huge army, but you've gotten the impression that they aren't making up the bulk of the force. They simply exist as a threat in addition to.
Well, here's the deal. Crazy Lady's just going to stay there. She's not going anywhere. She's just staying there. So we can do whatever the hell we want. We can go back and talk and reinforce or sneak around or we can just shut the gate and
Gate's
figure out a
shut.
plan
The
from
gate
here.
can't be opened.
Well, we can move
It
away
can
from her.
one half of it.
Oh, okay.
So
But
either
when
which
you
way.
close the gate, you can also secure it and latch it in really secure, and
Alright.
then set it up for the collapsing mechanism that you have.
All right, let's go.
We can
Good.
just tell her whatever and walk away and figure out something. We don't have to do this in front of her.
Right.
She's not
so
going anywhere.
I think we're damned if we do, we're damned if we don't, right? Like, we can go get mercenaries and fight our way there, leave the village undefended, possibly it gets, backdoored, or we stay and we actually need the mercenaries to help us out. Brunhilde is disinclined to help Joke Dwarf mercenary captain, but we'll go with the party. But we do need to make a decision and roll with it.
I don't think we're bodyguarding Cudgel. I think we just need an opening for Cudgel to leave. That's it.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going with Cudgel to go get her mercenary squad and bring them back.
So where is...
Declan definitely supports the idea of having the mercenaries. She's very much wanting the extra hand, just as a seasoned veteran. She's alluded to the fact before that when you guys woke her up at night, that these villagers can't defend themselves. Like, those who are left, like, I've lived here for a few decades, and we could use every sword arm that we can possibly get.
So we need to get the mercenaries. That's our number one
She's
objective.
encouraging it.
Okay.
She's definitely, too, like, she's still kind of really leaning on you guys. And River has really given up kind of control. She realizes that this is a military situation and is really concerned about the well-being of the people. So,
How many mercenaries are at our disposal if we get them?
says, well, outside of the detractors, I think I've got around 20 left. The detractors could either be convinced, if you wanted to try to trust them to join us, that would give us another 10. I've been thinking about whether or not I want to have them executed, honestly.
Wait, so there's more rotten eggs in this person's mercenary group?
So what you had missed previously is that Jaev, her new second in command person, she found and met up with them. He took it upon himself, once he learned that betrayal was happening at the hill, he and those remaining loyal rounded up the ones that were corrupted, and they've been being held back at the camp, just tied up and detained in general. She didn't want to just execute them yet in case there was use for them, but she's now just really leaning toward she doesn't even have time to deal with it, and they're betrayers, so she alludes to their pending execution.
And how far is this merc camp that
about an hour north of town.
An hour north of town.
She wants to go up and have them all move down and set up right outside.
Did she give that order for them to move before, or needs to go give it?
She needs to give it. That's why she wants to get out. She didn't realize how dire the situation was.
Mm.
Yeah, so she can take the gnome planning as like a little start and just launch herself that way and go get them.
Yeah. If you guys didn't want to engage, that is absolutely an option. And she offered it herself. She said that if she had to, she would use the gnome flinger and try to get out and over.
I mean, I'm also down to engage, whatever you guys think.
Petunia's just keeping watch and seeing what you guys decide.
Okay, so what are our options of getting the mercenary? What are our options of getting the person passed to get the mercenary groups?
I think we need to strong arm here. Somebody tie this one up. Nobody gets away, and let Becklin go do whatever they need to do and start evacuating the town.
Declan says, I'm inclined to agree.
Well,
Time is running short.
we don't want this person running away, so we're gonna need a horse if they do decide to run. So,
So we're
everyone-
gonna start a distraction so we can evacuate and get the mercenaries. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Does Petunia have Fog Cloud as a spell?
Yes.
Can you drop a Fog Cloud here, gnome fling past on a signal, drop it, and we'll launch our ambush?
Well, that'd be pretty
So
sick.
she'd be casting from the air while she's landing?
No,
just
she's
for range's sake, or-
what's the range? 60?
No, it's 120 now, so
Yeah.
I can cast it from here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say you're
port.
good. Right at the edge of your range.
Yeah. But we do need to tie this down. Jack, did you find a horse?
I was planning on asking Becklin for a horse and a lance.
So I think we need to strong side this. I think there's more than 4 people here. So. And then
So,
target the horse. Target the horse here. Fog cloud. Get everybody, a bunch of people over this side. 2 people. Deal with that.
Becklin tells Darrett to fetch her horse.
I also have Entangle.
Fog cloud's probably more useful on the initial attack, I think, than trying to entangle the one person.
I could hideous laughter the horse.
I can do both.
Yeah, there's intelligence issue.
Yeah, it has to have a certain intelligence, right? Like 3 or
So you
something.
can see
4? Horses can be trained. It should be higher than 4.
A creature with intelligence score 4 or less is not affected.
We'll see what the intelligence of a war horse is.
He said it was like a war horse, might be a little smarter.
Right.
We're about to find out.
We are.
War horse. War horse has
Oh, 2.
Check another page.
2 intelligence.
Yeah, no.
Well,
Yeah.
Okay.
So you got target the horse.
That's
It is
awesome.
no Mr. Ed.
Damn it.
Yeah.
I obviously don't know any good horse jokes for the horse, so
We'll just kill the horse and then trample the rider.
Oh, wow.
Violence is the name of the game.
Yeah.
okay. So go fetch a horse. Go start. The mayor can start gathering the people.
I
Mary
can
even
try to.
says, what she'll need to do is gather the townspeople in the town center. That way it's just easier to tell everybody at once. So if you guys have time after dispatching the Dragon Army soldiers, she could use help in just kind of rounding people up. And she snaps her finger at the gate guard rather, to come with and help with that. So she goes off, following your direction to do so.
All right. Moving forward.
I can try to befriend the horse so you don't have to kill it.
You just don't want her running away.
Mm-hmm. I can always web it.
That's true.
Just break its legs.
Fucking guy. Give it a
We can
little
have
snippy
Arnold
snipper, you know what I mean?
We can have
What we do in
Arno
the
snapping here.
shadows?
Of course.
Yeah, he'll just like slide. He'll power slide down the hill.
Yeah.
And
That's
then
what I
just
was
like
thinking.
flex and like ultra intimidate the horse and rider.
There you go.
Tackle the horse, Arno.
The
You
other
guys
guy
got to be careful because Arnold takes this stuff serious.
is joke dwarf better be leading the charge.
I think she
She's
goes on the
ready.
gnome flinger,
Yeah, first person on the gnome flinger, joke dwarf.
and I think we get Arno and Brunhilde right after with Petunia and Kelp
I'd really like to go out here because this lady didn't want my cooking.
Okay. Well, there's one person out there, and there's a massive,
Yeah, big lady.
big lady about to go on the dump.
Oh, a
The
giant.
hugest dwarf you've ever seen.
Actually, you know what? I trust this dwarf less than I trust Arno, so I will go in the dwarf slinger with this person.
Hmm.
Oh
That
no.
makes Arno happy.
Okay,
Earning
so
trust already.
who's
So,
down here at the
is
gate?
Brunhilde joining Cudgel on the first fling? Is that what's going on
Yeah.
there?
Yeah.
Okay. Cudgel gives you a nod of appreciation, like a, "Hey, buddy, glad we're on the same side now."
Cudgel's gonna get a middle finger.
She scoffs and she's like, "Fucking bitch," under her breath. That's pretty much what I expected.
All right, so are we like, we're all flinging over, huh?
Well, we need somebody to go out and
Yeah.
take care of.
I can.
All right, so
I can take the lady.
I don't think you can 1v1.
I
right.
think I can.
Me, Jock,
smite
and
her 3
Barrett.
times and win.
Me, Jock, and Darrett will go down. I'll
You
fucking
guys are
power
gonna
slide down
dramatically
this.
Power slide.
Fuck
I
yeah,
can do,
bud. How else is a hero supposed to make an entrance?
Hey,
I
do
can-
you need to make a dex save as a goal, by the way? I'm just curious.
No.
Okay. I thought somebody had that as a goal.
I have to get a crit on a con save.
Jacques, I can do a protection of good and evil. I don't know if that thing is evil.
Could
It
anyone?
looks pretty
Could I
evil.
get? Does anyone have maybe bless? Could anyone bless me?
What's it to you?
How much is it going to cost?
I tried my hardest to keep everybody in the town safe and alive, and I am
You tried to
exhausted.
D4
So please.
past your exhaustion. Here
Yeah.
you are.
Yes. Correct. Of course. You already know, bro.
Well, then maybe you should fight the people who are easier.
Shut your mouth.
I'm gonna slap Arno on the back as I cast Bless and say,
Aw.
"Okay, get out there, you asshole."
Are we going? Is that go time? Arno's sliding.
We need a.
Wait.
Oh, okay.
No,
Arno's sliding.
we need a fog cloud over here.
Yeah. So as far as you guys planning your assault here, as far as I knew, your first desired action was fog cloud. While the flinging is going on, which would follow up pretty much next, and then the assault on the officer, whether through the gate or through dramatic cliff siding.
We need a signal to drop fog clouds so we know it's time to go.
Right.
Bat signal.
I'm gonna do a totally not fake cough.
Now.
So you will want essentially the best vantage point for a signal to be given, since you guys know to look for it, is going to be from the keep, where Arno and everybody at the gate on the other side there can see. Of course, everybody on the keep will know the symbol because they're there. Signal, rather.
Yeah, I'm standing up there anyway. I'll get on the edge and I would have relayed the signal to them with message.
A dramatic fake cough off the side of the cliff.
Yeah.
So Kane is dry heaving off the side of the cliff, which gives you guys.
How far is this cliff down? If I wanted, once I'm done up here, if I wanted to Superman down onto the fight below.
You can pretty well take for granted that measurement that was just made there. That was almost 30 feet. It is higher on the keep side, and we'll just keep consistent with the drawing because I know that you guys like the maps and I do too. So we'll roll with that
12
moving
feet?
forward as a consistent
I will
thing.
Superman
And
jump 12 feet, 100%.
if it's something I don't like, it's too bad. I put the map there. I didn't put this map here, but I approved it anyway.
20-foot
Okay.
sphere.
As far as, just as a heads up, if you are going down the cliff to like power slide or whatever, it'll be considered difficult terrain. If you want it to be regular speed, you're going to have to dex save. but I'll let you slow down for free, at least for Arno, because that's actually kind of a more angled, steeper. It's not so straight down. At least that's how I interpret it.
That's
Companions on the other
that's
side.
how that's what I was
So,
going for too.
you
It looks
can
a little more
either take-
slidey.
Yeah, you can either take difficult terrain or a dexterity check to regular speed your way down. Up to you. That being said, save that for when you go. So
I'm
Petunia,
gonna do.
it looks like signal being given. And to confirm, was it going to come in that order of fog cloud? Now we know why Kane's coughing.
Yeah.
Is that the hazy leaf strain?
Yeah, it was that green kush.
Mm.
Fling me.
Okay, so there is a 20-foot radius sphere of fog centered upon a point across from the keep. And I needed to know concentration up to an hour. So does Petunia plan to stay on the other side there and just kind of keep that maintained, keep an eye out and stuff?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. And it's not windy. Lucky for you guys, as I said, beautiful day for a picnic.
Mhm.
And that's really just going to be kind of diameter. As far as the fog cloud, pretty much soldier to soldier there. I know as measured, that might look a little bit more than 20, but the edges of the fog pretty much catch the edges of the soldiers there. So for the time being, as that fog cloud is launched, they'll be engulfed. That is successful. Than excitedly, here we go. Hits the switch, unless Kane wants to pull the switch.
No, I was just gonna say, pull the lever, Than.
Awesome. So, Brunhilde and Cudgel, on your way. Well, it was one Cthulhu. There was, as I recall, just to check on how well your Nary Crasher works, it is presumed you guys put those on first unless you specifically don't want to.
No,
And then you're going to have an
definitely
unfortunate
not
ending.
a Nary Crasher.
Or you can try to, like, fling bodily at someone. What I wanted to find, I think that I can reach that through the guest here. I have it in a different note, so hopefully this will give me what I'm looking for. Thumbnail key, gnome flinger. There we go. Then hop over to Nobody is Colliding. And it is a d20. If you roll 5 or less, the parachute will give out close to ground. So, can I please get a d20 roll from Brunhilde?
Already done. It's a 3.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. So, your Nary Crasher, although it worked fine making it over, this is the first time you've actually seen one kind of give out a little bit early.
Mm-hmm.
So, about 10 feet up, it gives out, and you are hurling toward the ground a little bit. I'll allow you, if you'd like, a dexterity save to avoid taking damage to try to roll with the fall here.
Land in a tree.
Tumble. If you want to aim for a tree, you can do that. It's pretty close to the ground, though, that you realize that it's coming loose. It's not like right away. That said, I need to roll one for your companion as well. All right. You are able to definitely avoid any kind of damage other than scuffing up your clothes a little bit, having to land and roll with it. And Cudgel lands, takes a little bit of a stutter step, and manages to keep herself on her feet. She pulls off the Nary Crasher pretty quick and pulls out a little one-handed warhammer, and just kind of glares at you, regaining your foothold there.
Perfect. I will bow deeply and point the way to the enemies and say, let's see if you're a better fighter than you are a business manager.
Nothing but a heavy sigh in response as she puts her head down, serious glower, tightens the grip on her mace, and starts following you forward.
No, I'm following her. This is her, this is her
right.
problem to deal with.
Then she will take the lead, and you will follow her. And it looks like she's heading to the what would be your right. our
Okay.
left on the map, but your right.
Uh-huh.
And she looks like she wants to be heading off. The last she saw on the edges of that fog cloud, there was somebody right there that she wants to head in and target, swoop
Perfect.
in that direction. Also, too, you recognize. I don't know. I don't want to say you admire it, but you recognize the tactic there of she's going for that guy on the end, so that the other ones have to go through you guys in order to try to run away.
Rudimentary tactics. Good to know.
Yeah, super basic. Head him off at the pass.
Awesome.
Meanwhile, Arno, how are you going to take the side of the hill here? By the way, this is all kind of happening in a surprise round. You guys are kind of getting
Yeah.
all positioned up.
Dude,
All
you better
happening
have
at
a
once.
shield and surf down full speed.
Yeah. Yeah, probably like lean back on like have one leg out in front of the other, kind of lean back on like my other leg and ass/thigh. Lean back a little. You know, like going down a slide. And fucking I got my fucking double-bladed scimitar pointed at that bitch and I'm just shouting, "You're fucking mine."
Hear me out.
She is no longer surprised in the situation, but you have her attention. She's definitely drawn up to the cliffside.
So an
and watches you
18.
slide down, and no, you got your bless. That affects your save, doesn't it?
I mean, even
Does
an
it not?
8. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, it does, but I'm just saying even an 18 like
As far as
so it would be a 19. Which is still
Alright,
huge.
perfect. You maintain your footing as you're sliding down, but she will not be surprised. So you guys will have regular initiative happening there.
That's fine.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the gate, Kelp, Jacques, and Abbott, you guys have yet to act. What is your plan as the signal has been given and things are happening? You've got a little bit of time here in the quote unquote surprise round to kind of position or make a charge. Jacques, you were given the horse. Derek comes up very quickly, has a well trained horse that belongs to Becklin.
Is it a left-handed horse?
That is unlikely, but you don't have time to have Petunia ask.
I am left-handed, so.
Oh, there you go.
Bet, motherfucker, bet.
Yeah, I'll just mount this thing and get ready to charge this lady, I guess.
Derek is holding out the lance that you requested.
Aha!
That's a good page. Yes.
Excellent. I will collect
dusty.
I'll collect it. I have my sidearm if I need it.
Okay. Yeah. Hasn't been used in a while, but sturdy. Feels nice. Feels right.
Perfect. I will add that to my inventory.
I just like that a lance is being used in Dragonlance.
Yeah, well, that's why I made
the thing.
That's why I named my character. I was like, I have to be a knight with a lance.
Yeah, for sure. So Jacques is ready to charge out. And are you, when the signal's giving, are you just making a straight charge to the messenger?
Yeah.
Point forward. All right, excellent. Yep. And how about for Abbott? What do you have going on, sir? Jacques is galloping off through the gate as the signal is given. Dwarves are being flung through the air. Fog grows on the cliffside outside the gate.
Can I, will the horse hear me if I talk to it?
From there, not over the sound of battle, no. You could have maybe yelled and been heard before things were starting to kick off here, but not when things are going to be a little hectic in like half a second-ish.
Okay.
You would have to be closer in order to try to get that the speaking part. I'm pretty sure your spell is range dependent, so if you're trying to do like the animal friendship, you can still befriend it if it's within range of your spell, but
No.
speaking to it would be more difficult if you're having to verbalize. That's all. That being said, if there's anything in it that says you can do it mentally, then it'll work fine.
How close would I have to be?
You'd have to be like pretty well where Jacques is or closer. You certainly couldn't do it from the cliffside. You'd have to be up on the gate.
So could I, after I casted the fog, could I run down here and talk to the horse without the spell? Just talk to it and ask it to help me out, help me and my friends out.
You could. You'll have to wait for the opportunity. It will take some time to run down the hill or even slide down the cliff if you want to take a more dangerous route. And also, too, with Jacques heading out of the gate there, of course, you don't want to get trampled. He'll be through the gate by the time you actually get down there. So essentially, you would be spending your turn trying to maneuver and try to make the talking happen. So right now, you would essentially be maintaining your spell and running down. So you won't have gotten to the gate by the time all this is going on.
So I'll just stay up here then.
Okay. Yeah, you'd be able to assess that distance and know that it would take a sec to run down there. All right. So Abbott, what is Mr. Greencush doing this side of the gate as Jacques is galloping forward? Oh, BRB too.
Right. I'm just going to be keeping an eye on the cliff bottom to make sure no one, drops down or anything, slides down that cliff face and sneaks into the town and starts setting stuff on fire before we're ready.
Okay.
But while I'm keeping an eye out, I just, if she crosses that threshold, I'm a shooter.
All right. Ready and armed. That being said, since you are being stationary there, you could use your steady aim ability to get that going. That steady aim feat or ability. Kind of be getting ready and lining up.
Yep.
I believe your character has that, yeah.
Yeah. I will do that.
Super cool. And Kelp, you see Jacques charging forward and Abbott taking up position and calmly bringing an arrow knocked up, ready to fire.
I will. As soon as they get there, I will cast Tasha's Mind Whip on the evil one.
The messenger
Mm-hmm.
outside the gate there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
14 psychic. Sheesh.
Yeah. Whip it real good. All right, so that's going to happen just as Arno comes crashing in and Jacques comes charging in. What a shitty day for that messenger. Should not have been so calm and collected and confident here. But what do you expect from a fishing village?
We roll. Do you want us to roll initiative?
Not yet, because I'm kind of gathering up. This is all happening really
Really fast,
simultaneously in
okay.
kind of a surprise round. After these things
Gotcha.
resolve, essentially Jacques and Arno are going to get in a free strike. Kane has not yet acted, so we're going to get what his action is going to be. We're going to kind of resolve those simultaneously as the messenger's bombarded and the dwarves on the hill charge in, at least on one guy. Then we'll take into initiative from there.
I got you.
Do we just want to wrap it up before initiative and then call it a day?
That wasn't
are we
sure.
there?
Yeah, it's 1 o'clock.
Oh my gosh.
That's fast,
Oh.
right?
Time goes so quickly. Like I always feel like, oh, we got plenty of time, even though there's plenty to happen. You guys will see it and get through it. Yeah. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that then, since we are time crunching. Before we final resolve, Kate, up top. We have not yet seen an action after everything going on there. What would you like to contribute here to the simultaneous surprise round scene?
Kane?
Is Kane still with us? I've got
Yeah,
a
I was
turn from
muted.
Kane, going
Sorry.
once, going twice. Oh, there we go.
Hello?
I can hear you now.
You're good
Yeah,
there.
sorry, I
Gotcha.
was muted. Okay, so yeah, do I have an action? I'm gonna spend 2 sorcery points,
Ooh.
and I will quicken spell to cast first level guiding bolt as a bonus action
Nice.
against the guy down in the ravine. Does a 22 hit?
It is going to. You see that flying right on target. Simultaneously, there's a mental zap and a horseback rider and an angry orc all converging on that same point, and it's really all going to kind of happen simultaneously here.
And
That being said, your guiding bolt gives advantage to the next attack that happens to that creature, right?
Yes,
Mhm.
which I am going to do right now with my action.
Oh, okay.
I will Eldritch Blast.
All right. Let's then go ahead and go with that order then. We'll go ahead and kick that off, kind of snake draft. We got your action spoken last, but you get to do it first. And of course the fog is already over there. The dwarves have landed. The gate is cleared by the horse, so it's all now coming in, converging now. What I need is so Eldritch Blast.
With advantage from
Two. Yes, with the
Guiding Bolt.
advantage will hit. So the guiding bolt will hit first, and then the Eldritch Blast will follow. That a total of 20 damage coming in. Am I reading that right?
Yep.
Kerblasty. All right, so
And
the
then,
bolt and the blast come charging in one after the other. And with your magic, does the guiding bolt look different from the Eldritch Blast as far as how they're cast and their intensity, color, anything different about the two different spells?
So the Guiding Bolt would come. It would be more of like a bright white light. My Eldritch Blast would be more of like a warm candle flame color almost.
Okay.
And the Eldritch Blast is kind of just like a finger gun.
Okay. So a big shiny blast followed by a smaller, more orange than white light.
Yeah.
Both slamming into the rider. And she's able to maintain herself, just barely staying on top of the horse. But she is reeling. And with that, she's hit, unprepared. The physical attack, of course, she hits. She sees the horse rider coming in. She's already distracted by Arno sliding down the hill because he verbally challenged her. And then she feels a whip into her head.
Mm-hmm.
And she is going to need... That's the button I wanted. Intelligence save to beat a 15. She does not have advantage. Oh, so terrible. So she reels back. Both of her hands are taken off of the pommel where she was calmly sitting. Both of her hands holding her helmet now as she's crying out in pain. And that directly follows having been blasted and barely keeping her balance.
Should have taken the invite for food and hospitality.
So she will on
if
her
she
next
knows.
turn. She can only she gets to move or a bonus action. Only one of the three. She can move, take an action, or bonus action. That's all she gets her next turn.
That is sad for her.
But she is riding a horse, so if she's controlling it, her movement
Yeah.
is separate from the horse's movement, so the horse can still move and she could take an action.
Yeah, and we can also kill the horse.
Poor Petunia running down there. Oh, and she just got back too. She just missed what you said there.
Oh, yeah, well.
No, not the horse.
Not the horse.
Well, I mean, we've already done like a bajillion damage to it. We might not even need to hit the horse.
Still standing.
All right, so Arno, having slid down the hill, You are going to get your strike in, and then Jacques is going to have the final shot leveled in there before we move
Oh,
up the hill. So Arno, having slid down like a badass from up to the cliff, maintain your balance. Looking cool as you do it with your blessing.
Oh, I don't think 11 hits. I'm pretty sure a fucking 21 does. Or 22.
It would.
minus your exhaustion.
That'd still
He
be a
has the
19.
-3 from the exhaustion, and then
But
he
the
has
plus
the
3.
plus.
Plus 3. There you go.
I'll
19.
still slap her for 7.
All right, your strike swung around after all the pain she's endured. Kind of angles her right direction to give Jacques a pretty clean shot. And your personal cut, you didn't get cut in too deep, but since you're right up on her, you can tell the hits that she's taken, whatever gave her a
She's
bad
hurting.
headache, she is reeling and hurt pretty bad. You can tell her posture is slumped, and you don't think you hit her that bad, but the combination of things, she's getting pretty roughed up right away.
Let's go.
And with that, Jacques has a clear target in front of him. The horse is actually kind of sideways to you, so you just have like this clear shot to. That being said, Arno might want to get out of the way depending on how this goes. But if you're left-handed, you would lance with the left and then ride past her right-hand side, right?
You could drive off. You could go off of. Yeah, I guess that would be her right if she's facing me. Yeah, that would probably be the most natural.
Okay. So with that, Jacques, go ahead and make your charging strike here with your lance.
Okay. Just thinking on what I want to do. Okay, I do have that. Okay. I will. I'll use one of my precise, or I'll attempt to use one of my precise strike abilities,
Huzzah!
giving myself advantage. For an 18 to hit.
Ooh, nice. Solid strike.
You get a roll 1d12 plus 6 and a d8.
And a d8?
For the precise strike hitting. So.
Well, it's on Jacques here to describe to us what it looks like to end the quarry of that messenger. Writing down with the strike, you're going to dehorse them, and if you don't kill them, they'll be unconscious. But the force of that, everything that's come down, completely obliterate, perfect lining up to be able to dispatch her. What does that look like for us?
So I imagine like this lance has like a pretty broad spear tip at the front. So I'll just like aim the spear tip at her neck and decapitate her as the lance just goes right through.
Wow. Decapitation. All right. And can I get Jacques a D20 roll? This is just a fate thing. And we'll see what it looks like.
14.
All right. Arno, you are only covered in a little bit of the blood that sprays through. Because of the angle of his attack and everything, that blood was going to mostly spray on you. But as luck would have it, it happens to not. So avoid most of it.
Thank you. I don't
You get a
mind
little spray.
if I get bathed in blood.
Not bathed. You get a little bit of a spray. Just a
Tiny
dash.
showering.
A dash.
All right. right. And with that, the evil messenger has been dispatched. Are we wanting to allow for Brunhilde on the hill and Cudgel to attack in, or are we needing to call it there?
I'm down to go for like another 15 if you want to pull up like a battle map and yada yada yada. I'm down.
Oh, they'll just attack from there.
Yeah, I'm cool with 2 more actions. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We roll an initiative, or no, just 2 more actions. Okay.
Essentially, yeah, we would have initiative really to start the next session
Yeah.
as necessary. Again, you guys are an overwhelming force at this point. These 4 soldiers are not a threat to you, and you guys are pretty confident in that. That's a freebie. That being said, that's what they brought with them. They, again, didn't know that you guys would be here, and weren't expecting a fishing village to have Knights of Solamnia and alien invaders coming down with their crazy elven swords and stuff. So,
What do you expect? Your shitty god is back.
The horse is okay?
The horse is okay. Yes,
100%
we have a nice trained warhorse with armor on it to use.
Huzzah.
Cudgel charges up, making a stab. Brunhilde running up right behind.
Yeah.
Willing to add to that strike if you like. In the fog, coming into it, as you approach, you hear the stab, so you have a direction. You know the quarry is there. You won't have disadvantage on your strike.
I'm going to use the help action for this dwarf, and coach them through how to do a fight. Just through off the entire way through.
But I like that it's still the actual help action. So they'll have advantage on their next strike, unless you're doing that like simultaneously, which she already made the strike, so...
No, I will, for the entire duration of the combat, unless it turns sour,
Okay.
I'm just going to be doing the help action.
Just cheerleading.
And, kind of coaching them through how to do this.
Oh my god, that's so condescending. I love that so much. So with her sword, she hacks into him, cutting him down, taking him prone. He does roll over in pain. He's not dead, but he is bleeding out, hurt pretty bad. Mostly close to dead. One more strike would finish him off.
Well,
She's standing over him. Kind of turns her head to growl at you. And she looks ready to move forward and just finish him off. Meanwhile, there is a little bit of chaos between the 3 that are left in the clouds. One of them, oh, we're under attack.
And then if you guys sit there and do nothing, they'll be like, oh, it must have been the wind.
I got foggy all of a sudden. Weather in these parts. Well then, if we are needing to pause there, we certainly can.
Okay.
Let you guys wrap up and prepare evacuations.
Yeah.
Next.
All right, that was a great session.
Yeah.
We've flown people. We did it, Than.
What's really great is you guys have made a lot of the preparations already in advance, like even the stuff that's recommended pre-set up. You guys are on top of stuff really well. So aside from convincing the villagers and getting them physically the F out, you guys have done a great job in preparing for that, laying the foundation for them.
I don't think there's much to convince. You say you leave or you die, but it's not forced, right? If you want to leave, this is how you leave. Otherwise, you're gonna get hosed. Wah. Bye.
Bye.
I do need to collect 4 silver, 1 gold from the mayor because I died of combat and I've worked for her for 2 days. So
you did get a little bag of silver from the owner of the inn.
Because,
it's a morning in which you were up first and started the day by cooking, and she said this could be the last time a meal is going to be cooked in this kitchen for a while, if ever.
Okay.
And she said, sorry that I can't maintain a longer employment, but she gave you a pouch of like 10 silver.
Oh, 10 silver.
And
Thought
I
it
don't
was
know if
10
that
gold.
inspired your awesome cooking this morning or not, but you got a dirty 20 on that.
Perfect. I will add 10 silver. There we go. We're on our way.
Yeah. That being said, that was from the innkeeper. That was not from Mare River.
Yeah, Mayor River better be paying up.
Yeah. But
And some
with you being on the other cliffside, she did not know him fling with you, so to be settled.
I gave you 10 gold by accident, not
Did
10
you?
silver.
In the inventory thing?
Yeah, on your character sheet.
In Roll20 or in...
Yeah, in Roll20.
Oh, okay. I'm using Beyond, so that's totally fine.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem. Alright, we can just remove it. That's not a worry. Boom. Silver pieces, 13. Cool.
Bruno,
All right.
far less broke than yesterday.
That's right.
Could we transfer over to a battle map real quick and like just roll our initiatives and then go to bed and you get the battle map set up?
So essentially what you guys are doing here is just going to happen on this map.
Oh, okay,
If you want
okay.
a spoiler, there's a battle map for what's going to happen.
Oh,
You
okay,
switch
okay.
to when you get there.
Okay. I'm pumped, bro.
Yeah, I think we're
But
in
yeah,
either
this
of mine.
conveniently just details like the village layout. I didn't want to make a battle map for pretty much the front gate. That's what it would look like. It's just the cliffs and the gate, and it would be zoomed in.
I think this is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Then Cudgel and Brunhilde can just Sparta kick like a couple of these dudes down, and
Can I talk to the horse and ask it to help us?
Yes, that would be essentially happening with initiative, which is where we're at. Essentially, the next session will start bang with initiative.
Oh, okay.
Unless you guys want to be convinced by Arno to roll initiative before we close the session. That would be the last thing we do. Is to
I
set
think we
the
should just
mission
do
board,
that, and then
and
we're just
then-
ready for next week, baby. There's no goals, no nothing. We're just in fucking battle. Let's go.
Well, if you want to call this a battle, you're pretty much just dispatching a few thugs at this point.
Well, I mean, we'll be closer to the big battle.
Definitely.
I guess if it makes Ray happy, we can click the little initiative button.
Yeah, let's go.
There you go. A 3.12.
You have to roll it
Oh,
again.
I didn't have my person selected. I keep forgetting to do this.
Yeah, that's annoying.
Is there a -3 to my initiative?
Yes, sir.
Every
Okay.
roll you make, every breath you take, exhaustion will be watching you.
Brynhilda's is a 15, but I didn't select my token.
It's hilarious.
You
Fuck.
can,
Just select your token, roll again, and then change it to a 15.
Yeah, you can click on the number and just switch it yourself manually.
Fucking nat one.
Let's go.
What's with you with all your nat ones today, my guy?
I'm getting them out of the way.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Hey, better now than when things get hairier, that's for sure. But yeah, that's weird. Like three ones tonight. Ouch.
I find that Roll20 does that to me. Like, I either have a really good night or a really bad night for rolls. There is no in between.
Some secret algorithm tied to your account, probably.
Yeah.
Conspiracy.
Look at that. I'm
Well, it does
using.
reflect,
Go for it.
the bad rolls there reflect Kane's own kind of inner monologue going through that. It just reiterates how the morning started for him.
Yeah.
But pretty solid blast. I mean, did the majority of the damage to the messenger out there on the horse.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, how much health did that guy have?
Well, 17 plus 3 is 20, plus 14 is 34, plus 7
Let's see
is
something.
41 plus 8 is 49 plus 15 is
Should be
64.
5, something like that.
So she had 65, and that last shot was so close. Like I said, you could check her body. She's bleeding out. So if you guys do nothing, she is just gonna die.
Gotcha.
But if you wanted to try to save her, if such is your prerogative, that also wouldn't be happening because Jacques actually epically decapitated
Hell,
her. So
oh,
that
yeah.
one hit point is the blood that's pouring and missing Arna.
All good.
But Petunia may have a new red painted horse friend.
With epic dragon armor.
I love it.
I want to talk to it in its own language.
Nay.
Watch you, Nene. Watch you trot.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Alright.
Good night.
Have a great evening.
Yeah, you guys have a good one.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
Who's Rabbit366 is Ray advertising?
Yes, yeah.
Um,
You know me, bro. Always trying to help out the DM. Make that
Ray
money.
always has like a random friend who just wants to hang out.
Mm-hmm. Just interested in D&D
Don't worry
and
about them.
listening.
They're cool. They're with me. But
Gotcha.
Rabbit isn't listening.
She can't
so,
hear us right now.
just,
Yeah,
like,
she's texting me. She's she like eating a midnight dinner with her sister.
oh, word.
So
Oh. Yeah. So did get your message. We can I'm not in a huge rush to get anywhere at the moment.
yeah, I got you. I'm just chilling.
Level 4, not likely. Thereafter, definitely becoming more possible.
Mm.
Yeah, I would think, after we've
Just leveled up.
saved
Listen,
the village.
I
and
didn't say we were
got
hitting level 4 right now. I was just asking him a question about level 4.
the-
You know what I mean? The thing for Arna.
My guess is after we get to Kalaman, if that's where we are going. It's either that or Sovngarde.
Yeah, we all go to Sovngarde eventually.
Word. Well played there. As long as Alduin isn't fucking with it.
Mm-hmm.